Here we are on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Hey, we're just like the Phillies today. We're on YouTube. You can watch the Sports Bash Live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We got plenty to dive into, including a impressive performance by the Philadelphia 76ers, led by one Ben Simmons last night, who I guess that's why people get frustrated, because that Ben Simmons last night's the one that you want, right? That's the one that you yearn for every single time he gets out. So when he gives it to you, you get frustrated. I can understand that way of thinking. I really can. I don't know why it matters how they win the game, who scores the points, but to each their own, I guess, is how they say, right? That's how the saying goes, to each their own. Ben Simmons last night dominated the game. It was almost like he said, all right, you guys want me to score? I'll show you that I can score if you want me to. It's like one of those things, like, I'll do it if you want me to. I just don't really need to do it. And I guess that's what leaves people frustrated. I have grown out of my frustrated with Ben Simmons phase. I have grown into the appreciation phase. I appreciate Ben Simmons for the multi-talented player that he is. I don't expect him to be a scorer. So therefore, if he only scores 6 points and the other guys score a bunch of points and they win the game, fine. You know, somebody was tweeting at me last night that that's the way they win the game. And I thought to myself, that's funny. I saw them win the first game when he didn't play all that well, according to some. You know, believe me, if Tobias Harris scores 37 and Green and Curry score 26, you're likely going to win that game. There are games when Ben Simmons has scored a bunch of points and they've lost. There's a bunch of games where he played like he did last night and they win. And you're right. You're absolutely right. The Phillies, the Sixers can win games when Ben Simmons plays that way. But this is why the Sixers are the number 1 seed. It's not the only way they can win. And that's what makes them a good basketball team. Good basketball teams can beat you in a variety of ways. You saw it in game 1. They didn't need Ben Simmons to score, and they won. You saw it in game 2. Ben Simmons scored 22 points, and quite frankly, if he played the rest of the game, he might have scored 30 last night. And they won the game. I thought last night is a perfect, it's like such a good thing to see them do that last night that way. And I know that people are like, see, I wanted to do that more. And then you just go back to game 1 and say, that's what makes the Sixers who they are. That's what makes the Sixers a tough team. This is what makes them a very difficult team to face in the playoffs. They might not win the NBA championship. And I got news for you. If Ben Simmons played the game he did last night, they still might not win the NBA championship if he plays like that every single night. That game kind of got out of hand. The Wizards are just undermanned. And then you lose, of course, Westbrook later on in the game. Who knows what's going to happen with him on Saturday night? But that being said, I think most people, if I said, which Ben Simmons would you rather have? The guy who had 15 assists or the guy who had 22 points, most of you would say you would want the guy who scored 22 points. Am I right? Now, here's the thing. And this is the interesting part about this. So in game 1, Ben Simmons scored 6 points. He had 15 assists. And at the end of the day, he accounted for 48 of the Sixers' points in game 1. All right? Between his assist, his scoring, many of his 15 assists ended up being 3-pointers. If you added up all his points, like how much did he account for in that game? He accounted for 48 points in the game, in game 1. Now, in game 2, he scored 22 points, and he had 8 assists. Now, I don't know how many of those assists added up to 3-point shots. I don't have that handy in front of me right this second. But 22 and 16, if every one of those assists was a two-pointer, which I'm imagining it wasn't, but for the purpose of this, we'll do two first. He only accounted for 38 points last night. So in actuality, did Ben Simmons play a better game in game one where he accounted for 48 points, or did he play a better game in game two where he only accounted for 38 points potentially? Now, he might account it for more if, let's say, half of those were three-pointers, right? So let's say 4 of those were three-pointers and 4 of those were two-pointers. If we do it like that, plus his 22 points, so you got what, 12? He accounts for 42. Or 52, I guess it is, 52. So 48 points in game one, 52 points in game two, something like that. That, to me, shows you exactly what I've been kind of talking about. Ben Simmons can beat you in a variety of ways, and that's what makes him special. He can beat you like a silent assassin, and he can beat you when he roars really loud. That's what makes him a special player. The people who say, he's just a good player, then they watch that guy last night and say, well, if he does that all the time, that's the difference. He can do that when he wants to. That's what makes him special. Because he can beat you in another variety. The Sixers win the game in game one. Why? Because Danny Green and Seth Curry combined for 26. Tobias Harris has 37. Well, look at their output in game two. Seth Curry, 9 points. Danny Green, 5. Not nearly as impressive. But you only care about what Ben Simmons scores. You don't care that Danny Green and Seth Curry didn't have big games. They combined for 26 in game one. But no one says, that Green only had 5 and Curry only had 9. They combined for 14. They had a 12-point differential from game one to game two, those two guys. And guess what? They only combined for 2 threes last night instead of the 6 threes they combined for in game number one. Tobias Harris only scored 19 points. Now, I get it. The minutes were down. Harris got hurt. He played 23 minutes. He probably scores more. Embiid only played 26 minutes. He only had 22. They absolutely tore the cover off the ball last night, to take a baseball reference. So the Sixers dominated the game in every aspect. Ben Simmons was really the story. 22 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists. He essentially would have had a triple-double. His defense was maddening last night. Simmons is averaging in this series 14 points, 12 rebounds, and 11.5 assists. He's averaging a triple-double. And according to Elias, he's the second player in Sixers history to average a triple-double in a 2-game span in the playoffs, joining Wilt Chamberlain, who did it 6 times in 1967. Wilt Chamberlain and Ben Simmons in the same sentence. One guy people think is the greatest player potentially in the history of the game. The other guy apparently stinks. Sixers starters last night shot 68% from the field. It's the 4th highest field goal percentage in a playoff game in 25 years by any team in the playoffs. They got a lot of open looks last night. There was a lot of Ben Simmons getting to the basket. But why? All right, so let's break down the why. What happened in the game last night that made Ben Simmons so aggressive? Well, if you watched the game and you saw right from the start, their idea was, we got to double Joel Embiid. We got to go after Joel Embiid. We can't let Joel Embiid beat us. We got to double him. We got to double him. We got to double him. Well, they doubled him, and Ben Simmons said, you're going to double him? Good luck, because I'm going to kill you. And he absolutely took what, you hear the term, take what they're giving you. He did that in game one. He took what the defense gave him in game one, which wasn't all that much. They played him a lot more straight up. In game two, they doubled Joel Embiid a whole heck of a lot more right off the jump street. And Ben Simmons said, you're going to give me one-on-one? Fine. I'll take it. I'll take it right to the basket. Joel Embiid last night talked about that very thing on the game that Ben Simmons had last night and why, if you watch that game, it was able to kind of happen.
Yeah, they were giving us space, and that's one of the things. Like when they don't give space, that means Ben's going to drive and kick off. He'll create points by passing. When they do give space, then Ben drives to score. And tonight they kind of changed what they were doing on Joel, which gave Ben more room. They were also spraying back out to our shooters, which gave Ben more room, and he was great. He took advantage of it.
It's, by the way, with Doc Rivers, not Joel Embiid. It's exactly what I've been saying all season long. If you've listened to me on the show, I've told you all season long. Here's the problem with sagging off of off of Ben. They tried to do that in game one, and Ben acquiesced, went into the wall, and then kicked it out. Wide open threes. Curry and Green, 26 points and 6 threes. Game two, they said, all right, we can't sag off that, so we'll have to go out to the shooters. We don't want the shooters to be able to shoot threes. Well, they didn't shoot threes. But what happened? Ben Simmons kicked their ass. I've exactly explained this to you. Josh can be a witness to this. I've explained that to you all season long. Well, they're just going to defend Ben Simmons the same way they do in the playoffs. You obviously haven't watched a regular season basketball game. And look, I get it. We always say, the regular season doesn't matter. The regular season doesn't matter. But what does matter is the Sixers roster configuration. I don't see how people can't figure that out. Whenever we talk about this team and any other team the Sixers have had in the recent past with the Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid duo, the roster configuration of those teams were not made for deep playoff runs in today's game. You have to have a guy who can space the floor. The Sixers have 2, really 3 when you add Tobias Harris, but 2 guys who their sole purpose on this team offensively is to shoot threes. And as I've explained all season long, they can't just run this wall and say, Ben, shoot it, because now Ben has someone to give it to. And when you run that wall, you have to make the wall, quote unquote, that teams use against Ben Simmons. That means they have to use a wing player and drop them off. You can't drop that wing off of Seth Curry because he's going to snipe you. You can't use that guy and have him lax in the corner against Danny Green because Danny Green will make you pay. So that wall, you can try to run it, and if the Sixers shooters aren't shooting the basketball very well, it might work. But if they're shooting the ball well, you're in for a long night at the office. And you saw in game one, they tried to run this little bit of a wall for Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons said, okay, here you go. You guys shoot it. And they buried threes all night long. And then what did you guys do? You bitched and moaned that Ben Simmons didn't score. Well, the defensive strategy that the Wizards employed was, we don't want Ben Simmons to score. So Ben said, you don't want me to score? I'm going to make the right basketball play, and I'm going to have the other guy score. Last night, they said, you're not doing that again. We're not letting those guys get off in the corner. We're not letting those guys get wide open 3 looks. We're going to double Joel, and we're going to make Ben Simmons beat us. Well, guess what? It's almost like they said, I don't think Ben Simmons is going to be aggressive. And it failed. Because Ben Simmons is a special player because he takes what you give him. He doesn't try to force it. And you get people who are like, whoa, it's frustrating that he doesn't do this every night, because if he did it every night, he'd be forcing it. That's why. If he did it every night of the week, he'd be forcing it. He takes what they give him. You want to run a wall and, force me to shoot? You guys know I'm not a good shooter, and I know I'm not a good shooter. So guess what? I'll patiently back myself into your wall and then kick it out to guys who are much better shooters than me. Game 1, 6 threes. And in game 2, well, we're not going to leave the shooters. You're going to have to beat us. Okay, I'll just go one-on-one and just take the ball to the basket. Who's going to defend me? They don't have a guy to defend them, and few do. I mean, they had Neto trying to defend him last night. Russell Westbrook, who's half of his size. I mean, Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons is like a foot taller than some of the guys defending him last night. They just don't have an answer. And many teams don't have an answer. And if they try to go one-on-one, he's going to win that one-on-one more times than not. Josh tells me that 5 of Ben's 15 assists were three-pointers. That's 35 points created off of threes in game 1. And 2 of Ben's 8 assists last night were three-pointers. So only 2, 18 points created. So we know in game 1 he had 48 points created. In game 2, so he had 22 points plus 18. So he had 40. He actually created more points in game 1 than he did game 2, even though he scored more points. So do you see the explanation here? It's about point creation, right? How many points can you create? It's not about who scores them. It's how many you can get. If the Sixers win a game because Seth Curry scores 40 and Ben Simmons scores 0, Ben Simmons helped Seth Curry create a lot of those 40 points. That's the stat that really the NBA should start putting out there. Points created. How many points did you create? And Ben Simmons created 48 points in game number 1. He created 40 points in game number 2. So by that number, he actually had a better game in game 1 than he did in game 2. But most people believe he had a better game 2 than he did in game 1 simply because he scored more points. And this is why I've told you, it's not about how many points he scores. This team can beat you in a variety of ways. It doesn't make them the best team. It doesn't mean they're winning the title. But it also doesn't mean that Ben Simmons has to play the game that he played last night for this team to win. It helps that they won big. It's going to make it look like, see, if he plays like that, they can blow teams out. Probably not. It probably helps that Russell Westbrook went 2 for 10. Well, why did he go for 2 for 10? Well, let's bring him back up. It's that Ben Simmons again. Because Simmons gave Westbrook fits. Beal had a good night. But it was almost like the Sixers strategy was, all right, Beal, have fun, have a night. Beal shot the ball 28 times. The next highest shooter on the team was Ish Smith. If that's the case, you're getting swept. That's a recipe for a sweep. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Mark Jackson tonight at 5:25. Keith Smith at 3:20 inside the Sixers. Sal Pal Antonio today at 3 here on the Sports Bash. Plus Adam Caplan football at 4. Do you remember? Busy show, but I want to hear from you guys today because are you in the camp that says that's the Ben Simmons they need, or do you now see when I tell you about shot points created that they can win both ways? Because, again, look at the story that Paul Hudrick wrote for our website, 973ESPN.com. It's a great story. I think he nails it. Paul nails it. He says, Ben Simmons' performance wasn't better. It was just different. And in the end, it actually wasn't better. He's right. It was just different. In the end, the 6-point game he had in game 1 generated 48 points. In game 2, he only generated 40. Big difference. Big difference. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Text board is open. Agree, disagree, good conversation. Let's get it going here on a Sports Bash Thursday. I'm Mike Gill, and of course, the Sports Bash is brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealers. For great deals on Acura's award-winning lineup, shop online at DelValAcuraDealers.com. I got a lot today. A lot of games last night. Wait till you hear some of the defensive stats in the game last night. Holy mackerel. Some of the defensive stats in that game last night were just absolutely bonkers. But I do want to hear from you. The text messages are coming in. They are coming in. And the video stream is really popping so far today. So if you're watching the show, we're busy today, but it's a lot of you, all right? A lot of you guys out there today. And I appreciate you guys always listening and watching. Download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle on your phone. Watch the Sports Bash live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I got Phillies updates. They're playing on YouTube. I want to talk about that as well. I'm 44 years old. You would think that, why they play it on YouTube? I got no problem with them playing a game on YouTube. I had a kid I coached baseball tweeting about, Major League Baseball wants more fans. Major League Baseball puts a game on YouTube. I got news for you. Kids don't watch cable. Anybody out there have kids? Do they watch cable? No. I said to my girlfriend's kids, hey, you guys want cable upstairs? No. I come downstairs. They have the TV on. What are they doing? They're watching YouTube. Baseball should be putting games on YouTube all the time. I know it stinks when it's your team, but there should be games on YouTube all the time if you want the younger generation to start watching. Just like my show. It's on YouTube. Just search The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 226 on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. So we got a lot of text messages that have poured in the first segment. We appreciate that. 609-403-0973. Mike, it's a good thing to switch things up. It keeps other teams confused. They don't know what they're getting. That's from Darren in Millville. That's a good point, Darren. Like, you don't have to win the same way every single night. Some teams need their star player to do everything. If they don't get a big night from their star, they can't win. Sixers don't need their star player every single time. They can use Joel Embiid. They can use Tobias Harris. They also have two secondary players in Danny Green and Seth Curry that can help them win games. Most teams don't have that. Now, if you look at what the Nets had in game 2, similar. Joe Harris had the big game. It was Harden. Harden scored 35. Oh, James Harden has to score. No, he was passing. And they won the game handily because he allowed a guy to make threes. The Celtics couldn't put their attention on Joe Harris, and he had space to shoot. And that's why they were able to win that game easily. If he's making the three. More text messages coming in. The Sixers starters are going to be well-rested for Saturday. Yeah, they're going to sweep this series, I would imagine. Maybe Washington gets one, but I don't think it's too likely. More text messages. 609-403-0973. As long as the starters keep doing what they've been doing, who cares what Ben does? But that bench is straight up a championship bench. Thibault was awesome. Maxey is a Mexican jumping bean, flying all over the place, drawing fouls. The starters pretty much didn't play in the fourth. My only gripe with last night is they put Korkmaz in when Tobias rolled his ankle instead of Hill. Well, Hill doesn't play the same position as Tobias Harris is. They needed a forward in that spot. But I thought Korkmaz actually shot it pretty well last night. It was good to see him. He was, 4 of 6 from the field, 1 of 1 from 3, 13 points. I don't think you can bitch about Korkmaz last night. He played pretty well, actually. And I don't think you would see, they were winning I think they were up 14 when Harris went out, if memory serves, maybe 8, something like that. But let me give you some numbers on the defense last night. The Sixers had 10 blocks and 10 steals in a playoff game for the first time since Game 1 of the 1990 first round against the Cavs. Their 14 blocks were the most in a playoff game since Game 4 of the 1982 Conference Finals against the Celtics. So you're going back to the Moses Malone team with 14 blocks. Matisse Thybulle last night had 5 blocks and 4 steals. He's the first player with 4 blocks and 4 steals in 20 minutes or fewer in any game, regular season or playoffs, since it's been tracked. And the Wizards shot 1 for 10 against Thybulle when he was the primary defender. When you put Thybulle and Simmons on the floor, you ain't scoring, or it's going to be a tough day at the office. The Sixers blocked 4 jumpers. Listen to this. It's the most in any regular season or playoff game since they began tracking blocked jump shots. Only one other team has blocked 4 jumpers in a game, and that was the Mavericks against the Pacers back on January the 20th. That's it. In the history of them tracking blocked jumpers, they held the Wizards to 2 of 22 shooting from three-point range. It's the second worst percentage in a game in NBA history. You think the defense the Sixers playing is easy to play against? That's what we're talking about. Hey, I'm not saying Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook are better than any of the Nets guys, but those 2 guys can score with just about anybody, and they're having problems. Now, you throw a third guy into the mix, I don't know who defends that third guy. Russell Westbrook last night had 10.6 rebounds, 11 assists. Gonna need more. But you're not getting it against that defense. Thybulle last night was just absolutely insanity. Those numbers are absolutely insane, what he's doing. They got to find it. Look, if I'm Thibault, I am literally morning, noon, and night shooting threes in the corner. I am literally becoming what Danny Green is. I'm going to stand in the corner and just knock down open threes because everyone pays attention to Ben Simmons, and he's just going to throw me passes. I'm going to be wide open, and I got to knock these things down. I just got to knock down those threes because if he starts knocking threes down with the way he plays defense, whew, man, what an asset he has become. And by the way, you got to give Elton Brand, I guess, credit. He's the guy who drafted Matisse Thybulle, I believe. So Elton Brand, this team is so pieced together. It's so funny. Joel Embiid, Sam Hinkie. Ben Simmons is really Sam Hinkie, but Colangelo selected him. He selected him with a pick that Hinkie got him, right? So that's kind of a split one. Danny Green and Seth Curry, Daryl Morey. Tobias Harris, Elton Brand. Who else is on this team that has a role, really? So they're your starters. So Ben Simmons is kind of a combination of Colangelo and Hinkie. Joel Embiid is definitively Hinkie. The two shooters are Morey, and Tobias Harris would be Elton Brand. You've got Dwight Howard would be Morey. You've got Maxey, who would be Morey. You've got Milton. I guess Milton is a Brand pick. When did Milton get picked? Is he 2 or 3 years ago? Because he might be a Brett Brown guy. Remember, Brown was the GM for 10 minutes in there, too. He ran a draft. You've got – now, this isn't to say they didn't make mistakes along the way, because they certainly did. But the roster they have now, it's kind of interesting. Korkmaz, I think, was a Colangelo guy. He might have been a Hinkie guy, actually. Thybulle's a Brand guy. And George Hill would be a Morey guy. But this team has been pieced together through so many different GMs along the way. Kind of interesting when you take a look at it. 609-403-0973. More text message. Mike, this is from Alex in North Cape May. He says, I'll take those game one stats all day long, twice on Sunday. All I would add to that is 4 more points from the foul line, meaning he's 4 for 6 instead of 0 for 6. So, Alex, you would rather have Ben Simmons game 1 than Ben Simmons game 2. Most likely, most people would disagree with you out there, but I tend to not. My point is I don't care. I don't have a preference. I'll take Ben Simmons last night. I'll take Ben Simmons game from game 1. I don't really care which game he gets me. Get me a W. I'm not going to complain about you in a W. You know why? You go 0 for 6 one night, the next night, does that 0 for 6 carry over? Does it matter? He didn't even get to the free throw line.
By the way, that was technically Brett Brown because it was a trade. The Mavericks drafted Shake Milton, and then the Sixers traded for him a month later. So that was the Brett Brown 2-month period.
Milton?
Yes.
Okay. And Furkan?
Furkan was a Colangelo draft pick.
Okay. And I guess that's everybody. The only other guy, Mike Scott, he was in the trade for Tobias Harris.
Right, which would be Elton Brand.
Yeah. Very interesting, though, when you piece this thing together.
Does any other team in the NBA have any success? The factoring in they had 4 different general managers in a period of 8 years.
Likely not.
No, there's not. It's not likely not. It's not.
It's funniest, though, that the biggest one is from the guy who's most polarizing, Sam Hinkie. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. I hope you're watching the show. I hope you're listening to the show. Mike, not to put the cart before the horse, but do you start Matisse if the Sixers play Brooklyn? Obviously for defensive purposes for the big 3. Is Matisse Brett Brown? No, I think Matisse was a Elton Brett. Brett Brown was the coach, but Elton was maybe Brett Brown was the GM at the time of that draft. That one you got to check out.
I think that was an Elton.
Well, he was a rookie last year.
Yes, that'd be an Elton pick.
Yeah, that's probably an Elton pick.
Yeah.
But Brown might have, I don't know. I can't give Brown credit for that one, I don't think. I think he was a rookie last year. Brown was the GM for the draft the year before when they traded Bridges for Smith, which turned out to be a bum trade.
Correct.
All right, more Sports Bash on the way. Watch the show live, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Listen on the radio or on your phone with the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Sponsored by JCPenney. Celebrate Memorial Day with doorbuster deals at JCPenney on all summer essentials. Shop now through Monday only at JCPenney. I got news for you. You're going to need to buy an umbrella. They're not coming, Josh said. They're here.
They are.
The traffic is all over the place. Welcome to the shore. All right, keep the text messages coming in. We'll react all day long here on a Sports Bash Thursday. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Let me go over to the video chat and see what you guys are chatting about over there. We'll react. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Sal Pal at 3 o'clock today. Something Brandon Brooks said today, very interesting. We've talked about it on our show during Football at 4. I didn't agree with it, but Brandon Brooks admitted something today that stands out. We'll react. Sal Pal, Adam Caplan. We are loaded on a Thursday show. All right, let's see what you guys are chatting about over here in the chat today, okay? 609-403-0973. Rodney, let's start off with this. I didn't bring this up yet because, quite frankly, I feel like it's over with. It doesn't need mention. This is like the guy running on the field at a Phillies game. The popcorn guy, they got him. His season tickets have been revoked. He has been banned from the arena. That's all that needs to be said about that guy. He doesn't need any more attention. This doesn't need any more attention. It's bad fan behavior. It happens all over the place. There was a guy who spit on Trae Young last night at the Knicks game. For whatever reason, that's getting no attention. The popcorn gets attention because obviously you could see the guy with the popcorn. But Rodney says, big night for popcorn last night. That guy should be banned for life, but the media is blowing it out of proportion. I agree. I chose to not – I don't care. I don't care about the popcorn guy. And I tweeted this out. They should find him, ban him, and quite frankly, he should be either fined out the yin-yang. Just banning his season tickets to me is not enough. That guy's the scum of the earth. And people like that are repulsive. And they're all over the place. But it's going to be the narrative that it's a Philadelphia thing and that's always like that. It's everywhere. That's everywhere. And it, as Jalen says here, that's what happens when someone does something stupid like this. Makes the fan base look bad to the national media, which doesn't make sense. It's literally just one idiot. It is. It's one idiot. There was an idiot at the game. There's one idiot everywhere. There's always an idiot. You have a bunch of friends. Everybody listening out there has a group of friends that has that idiot in it. It's just whether or not he just chooses to be the idiot in that moment. We all have the idiot friend. You might be the idiot friend. Based on many of your text messages I get, you are the idiot friend. I kid. Let's go to some more of these messages over here. 609-403-0973. Rodney says, give me either Ben, as long as the team wins. The team still put up 125 when he only scored 6. Yeah, they actually scored more when he scored less. As I said, he generated 48 points in game 1. He only generated 40 points in game 2. But most fans like game 2 better than they like game 1. Clark Burns, I'll take Ben Simmons all day than not have him at all. He's a facilitator and runs that offense and will win Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah, Clark. You know, the one thing is, when they don't have Ben Simmons, they're not a good basketball team. They're an average basketball team. And they're 0-4 in that stretch without him because he controls the pace of the whole game. Right? He controls the pace of the game. People don't understand how important that is in basketball. I think if you ask any basketball coach out there, they want their guards to control the pace of a game. Why in college basketball can upsets occur so frequently? Because they're guards. Oh, it's all about guard play in college basketball. Because the guards control the pace of the game. If you don't want to get up and down, you need that guard to slow it down. And if you want to get out and start running, you need a guard that can get out and start running. Ben Simmons can do both. That's what makes him special. Most of the time, you got a guard who can excel in the half court or he excels in the open floor. That doesn't mean he's bad. It just, he excels in one, not the other. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Chris from Rio Grande looks like he left a message. And he says it's not for radio. Excuse the language. I don't know if he's excited, not excited. We'll have to play that off the air and then see if we can do something with it. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. What an impressive win last night. The energy of the second unit was off the charts. Let's stop right there for a second because they don't get that all the time. You know, some nights the second unit is the problem. And then other nights the second unit is – they have to find that balance. You know, they need to find that balance of when the second unit has it and when they don't. There's some nights when you're like, you know what, just stick with the starters, man. This is the playoffs. Dispose of this team. Get them out of here. If the Sixers starting unit, you know, can build up a 20, 25-point lead, you know, then you can get that bench unit in, give them a run. But there's no reason why in the playoffs that you can't have this team with a bunch of guys playing 35, 38 minutes. Hey, that's what it takes to win a title. What did Derrick Rose say last night? How many minutes did Derrick Rose play last night? And he admitted, he said, man, I'm just impressed with my stamina more than anything. There's so many quirks in that game last night that I want to really kind of get into, and all the games. You know, I didn't see as much as the Knick game. I saw like the end of the Knick game. They're down 12. They come back in the last 4 minutes. The atmosphere in there obviously was great. I think they went a little overboard. Good for them. They won a playoff game. It's funny because like the Knicks fans would be the ones that tell the Sixers, like, you haven't won anything yet. You haven't won anything yet. The Knicks went and won one playoff game against the Hawks of all teams and were pouring out into the streets like it was a World Cup soccer victory. For God's sakes. I mean, that's what it looked like last night. It looked like the Knicks won the World Cup. And by the way, Knicks, the first Knicks playoff win at home in how many years? And those are the uniforms you chose? Holy mackerel. Those things are horrible. Every Knicks fan out there should be pissed that that's the uniforms. Look, I don't like the Sixers wearing the black alternate uniforms either, but you're the Knicks, right? You're the Knicks. There's certain teams that you just are who you are based on you're the Yankees. You don't need you're the Yankees. You're the Lakers. You don't need an alternate. You're the Lakers. You know, let the Miami Marlins and the Miami Heat wear these nonsense uniforms. The Knicks last night with those stupid uniforms that say the city that never sleeps on them, that looks like it's ironed on their chest, right? It looks like an iron-on. It's like, you know, the team mom went down to the corner store and said, hey, can you iron this logo on the front of this tank top? They look horrible. It's enough on those uniforms. They're terrible. Luis Cruz is watching the show on Facebook. He says, great grades for Ben, Maxey, Thibault, but we need Maxey to get more time than Shake Milton. Maxey's balling. I think he did get more time than Shake Milton last night. Yeah, he played. Well, they both played 14 minutes. Again, it's hard to tell last night because of the nature of the game. I think Maxey has passed Milton a little bit into the rotation here. It's weird. Milton's had big games, so some nights he has big games, other nights he kind of goes away. That's a role player. But Maxey's 4 of 7. He comes off the bench. He gives him a spark. He scores 10 points. But that game last night, it's really hard to get a read on. Sixers open up by 9. They're up by 12 at the half. You know, and then they kind of push away in the fourth. Great recipe for the Sixers last night. What else we got here? Back to the text board here. The entire team defense was so fun to watch. As a risk of getting too ahead of ourselves, what role would Matisse and his D have against the Nets? Well, we are getting ahead of ourselves there. They got to play the Wizards for at least 2 more, and then you got the Knicks or the Hawks, or you might have the Bucks. You know, it's no guarantee that the Nets are going to be in that Eastern Conference final, but I'll just play along with you here. I think you're going to see a lot of Matisse Thybulle in 20-minute spurts, like 20-minute, blocks, similar to what you saw last night, where he's going to defend. You know, you'll have Ben defend that guy, and then Thybulle will. The problem with Thybulle playing too many minutes is you can't have Ben and Matisse and then Dwight Howard like they did last night on the floor all at the same time. Too much. That's a recipe for not a lot of scoring, as you know. Those guys don't shoot it all that well. especially, Ben doesn't shoot it at all. Matisse, I mean, he's okay, but when I say okay, what's Matisse? Probably 32% from three. That's not going to get it done. So it's hard to give him a lot of minutes paired with Ben Simmons. What does Matisse Thybulle shoot from three? I'm imagining, my guess would be he's probably like in the 33% range. But it's just, whatever it is, it's not good enough. Yeah, he shoots 30% from three, which is just simply, you can't have him and Ben Simmons play too many minutes together. So, Ben plays. Now, if the Sixers get a lead, I think late in the game, right? I think late in the game, you would get Matisse out there paired with Ben for late stops. 609-403-0973. All right, so we got the text. This is oh man, I can't open it.
You gotta send what I sent you.
I did. This is your email that you sent me. I clicked on it. I guess I got to download it. Let me see. So obviously this is Memorial Day weekend. So we've got a lot of friends down here today that are visiting the shore. And here's one of them.
Yay! Get off a 10-hour day. Get to sit in traffic the whole way home. Jimmy, I'll see you when I see you, brother. Don't know when I'll be home. Gotta love it. Gotta love the holiday weekend.
The funny part is I can hear myself in the background of the guy's call. So he wasn't actually calling us. It sounded like he was calling somebody else. And then we were on, but then he took the time to send that to us. That was kind of funny because it actually says not for radio. Excuse the language. He's just sitting in traffic. I would imagine the traffic's not fun out there today. By the way, Phillies, you guessed it. They had a lead in the eighth, and now it's tied, and the Marlins have a runner on base and a chance to take the lead. Self-pride out the window. 2-2, Phillies and Marlins. The game's on YouTube. Just like the Sports Bash, you can watch the Sports Bash live through Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. Just search 973 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. You are a big part of the show. But when we come back, it's Sal Pal Antonio. It's not a Sal Pal Friday. It's a Sal Pal Thursday right here on the Sports Bash. Wait till you hear what Frank Reich had to say about Carson Wentz coming up.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, hour 2 of the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll turn our attention over to some NFL. ESPN senior national correspondent Sal Pal is here on a Memorial Day weekend Thursday as, the traffic coming down the seashore is it's a sight for sore eyes, considering we couldn't really do that last year. And everybody's coming down, looks like early, Sal. Not going to get great beach weather out there today, but I know that everybody's looking forward to the opening of the whole state. Tomorrow, it's it. We can get back to some sort of normalcy here. It feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's really awesome. Did a great job in the state of New Jersey getting people vaccinated. And, people are just itching to get back out there. There's no question about it. New Jersey sure is the best place to kick it off. Best place in the world to kick it off, Mike Gill.
And that's why we're doing this today. We're kicking it off. We got Eagles OTAs. We got all sorts of NFL stuff going on. I want to first start. I know that you had a chance to kind of ask some questions to Frank Reich, and he had some interesting comments that he made regarding their new quarterback. But today, did you hear Brandon Brooks admit that he was on the trade block, that he knew that today?
Yeah, I did not know that he was on the trade block, until it was sort of leaked out around draft time. It's pretty interesting what's going on with this football team. To me, the offensive line is very unsettled, Mike. Going across the board, really, when you look at it, there really isn't a settled position other than maybe left guard. Left tackle's wide open. Jason Kelsey at center is trying to hang on to his job. The right guard position, you have a player who was on the trading block who's coming back from a major injury. And then at left tackle, Lane Johnson, you just don't know how long he's going to last on that ankle that's given him so much trouble. He tries to tough it out, and he's a gamer, but, it's only so much he could do.
Yeah, that's interesting because as Shane Steichen, that's a tough one to get out there, double S's like that, Coach Steichen, no thanks to you. As he kind of said, hey, when I'm watching these skill position players, my eyes just keep going to the offensive line. So when they're healthy with Lane and Brandon and Kelsey and Sayamala, this might be a pretty good offensive line, but that's a big if. Can these guys stay healthy? That's really going to be a big storyline for this offense, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. They had 13 offensive line combinations last year. They had the most injuries and the most players play on offense than any team in the National Football League last year. So injuries were a major issue for this team once again, and it centers around the offensive line. I mean, you're going to have to scheme up protection for your quarterback if your offensive line has issues. You have to get the ball out of his hands quickly. You're going to have a short passing game. But the bottom line is the team doesn't go really very far unless they get the offensive line settled. And to me, Mike, it's the position we're not really addressing, you and I. It's the elephant in the room is the big fat hole at left tackle. Because Andre Dillard is coming back from an injury. Jordan Mailata, who played okay at times at that position, but really didn't claim it last year. You would agree with that. So, and left tackle is such a big part of this offense. Not as big as you would think because they're a right-handed running team. They run to the right. They want to run to the right. And you, again, can scheme ways to protect the quarterback without relying heavily on your left tackle, but you still have to have a secure position there or else you're going to be sunk in the passing game in the National Football League.
Interesting story, obviously, this Julio Jones thing. With the Eagles, and should they have any interest? Should they make a call at all, or are they not in position to make that? Are they not in a spot on their organizational timeline to bring that type of player here?
They are not, Mike. I don't think that you would invest the kind of draft pick that the Falcons are looking for in Julio Jones. I don't think he gives you any kind of fix, quick or otherwise. They now have, sort of like a group of young wide receivers, and some of them are going to have to break out. Rager, Travis Fulgham, and of course the rookie Devontae Smith. But as you know, it's so difficult to transition unless you're big and strong like a Metcalf or a Jefferson. It's so difficult to transition at the wide receiver position as a rookie in the National Football League because you got to get off the blocks, got to get off the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
You can't rely on a rookie offensive coordinator or a rookie head coach to scheme your way open, especially when your quarterback is only 6'1" in the pocket.
Now, what is your there's been a lot of excitement from these younger players about the energy. Now, is that normal? Like, hey, you got new coaches, we got new energy, or is that telling about, was the old, the old staff, were they lacking energy? Were they lacking focus on the younger talent? Because it seems like that's been a big thing is, there's so much energy from these coaches. Not that means you're going to be successful.
Oh, energy is important, and you want that infusion of energy, and you better have it with a rookie head coach. And two offensive and a defensive coordinator who's never, coached at this level. So you want them to definitely infuse your roster, especially with a lot of young players, with the gotta wanna. They got to be out on the field and doing what's necessary to get better. But the bottom line to me for this football team is, can they stay healthy on the offensive line? 1, 2, can they play defense where they're not giving up the big points? And 3, can they get, instead of D-, which is a grade I would give Carson Wentz, and I would be grading him on a curve to give him a D- last year, if they can get C+ quarterback play, they can go from D- to C+, they'll be in more games than they were in last year. Those are the two things. I think people need to focus on those two things. A 4-11-1 team, how do they get to 7 or 8 wins? Hard to do. Super hard to do with a second-year quarterback and a very young, inexperienced coaching staff and an offensive line that's got major injury issues. But if the quarterback is a grade and a half better and you're looking at a defense that's not giving up the big plays like Jim Schwartz did, you'll be in some football games that you can steal, Mike. And that's what I think you got to look for with this team this year.
You mentioned Carson Wentz and 6 o'clock Sports Center, the big show. Sal Pal's got the piece. You asked Frank Reich about all the pressure on Carson Wentz and how much he's talked to him about that. Because I guess that's going to follow him all season long until he gets on the field. Everybody's going to be seeing it. Which Carson Wentz the Colts going to get here? What did Reich tell you about, him coming here with all this pressure and all eyes on Wentz?
Yeah, they're all eyes on Wentz. I really was inspired by Peter King's column over the weekend, where Peter King said, and this is something that you and I have agreed on for a while, but he said it nationally, was that there's no quarterback who's under more pressure this year than Carson Wentz. Maybe Matthew Stafford in Los Angeles, but I think it's Wentz because of the way things went down in Philly last year. And because Philadelphia, all eyes are always on the Eagles and what happens with that football team. And, I asked Reich, knowing Reich very well and knowing the situation behind the scenes there with the Colts, I asked him and he gave me a very frank answer. He said, this is something that he and Carson Wentz are talking about all of the time. You don't have to be John Wayne. You don't have to make every play. You just have to manage the offense. And if you remember last year, Mike Gill, I talked to you about how Frank Reich talked to Phillip Rivers and said, listen, here's how we're going to cut down your interceptions and your sacks. A, we're going to have a balanced attack. And B, we're going to protect you. So it's deja vu all over again. Here's how we're going to protect and cut down on the sacks on Carson Wentz and cut down on the interceptions. Get him from a D-, again, grading on a curve, to a C+, is we're going to protect him and we're going to bring balance to the offense, and we're not going to ask him to be Superman, right. John Wayne, all the time, trying to make the big play. That's how you take pressure off him. And then the second question I asked him was, I thought, really gave the revealing answer, and people have seen it. It's been all over social media and TV and radio. But basically, Reich said, listen, he's taking these coaching points because even though humble pie doesn't taste good, it's good for you.
Well, yeah, that was, because one of the things there was a lot of people talking about on the way out the door that he was uncoachable and that he was stubborn and that he wouldn't listen to the coaches. But the reaction to the coaching points out there in these OTAs, I guess there's the humble pie right there.
Yes, but also I think suggested, if you read between the lines of what Frank Reich said to me, and said to the national media yesterday was that, a lot of this was Carson Wentz's fault. That, he held on to the ball too long.
Right. Well, is Carson Wentz admitting that now? Is this his way of admitting that now he's more apt to listen?
Good question. Don't know the answer to that. He kind of skirted around that when I asked him about it. But, when you look at it, and there's two dynamics going on here with this story. First of all, in my view, it's one of the top 5 stories of the NFL season in 2021. I actually listed the top 5 because I was going to come on the show and I'm saying, what, I got to give some context to this Carson Wentz story. My top 5 storylines in 2021 in the NFL season are: number 5, can Tom Brady repeat as Super Bowl champ at age 44? Number 4,
I'll answer that one. Yes.
Yeah. What happened to Deshaun Watson is number 4. Number 3 is, can Frank Reich save Carson Wentz? Number 2 is 17-game season for the first time. And number 1, without the drum roll, is what is Aaron Rodgers' fate going forward? So you have Carson Wentz as one of the top 5 storylines in the National Football League in 2021. And everybody, Mike, is going to be comparing what happens to Carson Wentz in Indy to what happens to Jalen Hurts in Philly. And unfortunately, those comparisons will go on all year long, and they're really not fair to Jalen Hurts, right? They're really not.
Not fair to Hurts, but certainly I think everyone should be looking at Wentz. This was a guy, and I think he mentioned it yesterday, this was an MVP caliber guy. This was the franchise guy. This was the guy that the Eagles had, and how it all crumbled. And now he's just, he lands in the lap of his former coach where he kind of wanted to go. This story is, without Aaron Rodgers, one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the game, wanting to be traded, without Watson having all this stuff, without Brady playing at 44, this is the biggest quarterback story out there. You're right.
It is, but it's not fair to Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts doesn't have a ready-made playoff team. The Colts were 11-5. Jalen Hurts doesn't have, that great offensive line that have in Indy, and the balance that they have with the running game, and a defense that's got an all-pro at middle linebacker in Darius Leonard. So, Wentz has fallen into the soup, and Jalen Hurts has to rebuild really from the bottom up with a rookie head coach and a lot of new players and an offensive line that's decimated by injuries. It's unfortunate, but life is unfair sometimes. But if Carson Wentz flourishes under Frank Reich, Jalen Hurts is going to be feeling a lot of heat in Philly, unfortunately.
Well, that's the way it typically is in this town. There's one story leaves, another one emerges, and we'll keep our eyes on both of them. Sal Pal, Memorial Day weekend. Are you vacationing down the seashore this weekend?
I'm going to be back and forth a little bit given the weather. I'm going to see the grandchildren, but I wanted to get, on the Mike Gill program on Thursday on Memorial Day weekend because I'm going to start my Memorial Day weekend tomorrow. And, the best way to start it off is being on the Mike Gill program on a Thursday for Memorial Day weekend. That's the way to kick it off.
I know this, Sal. The traffic, they're not coming. They're here. That's what my producer told me. They're not coming. They're already here. This place is already packed. People are looking forward to get one extra day in after a year where we really didn't have normalcy. But normalcy is Sal Palantonio, 3 o'clock right here on the Sports Bash. And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Sal, we always appreciate it. Have a great weekend. And, of course, we'll be in touch very shortly.
Well, let me say hi to everybody on the Atlantic City Expressway and the Garden State Parkway right now in traffic. I'll be leaving first thing in the morning, 0 dark 30, and hopefully I'll miss all the traffic. I'll talk to you, brother. Have a good weekend, okay?
You do the same. Sal Palantonio, ESPN senior national correspondent, only here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Just go there, search 973 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. It is Memorial Day weekend, and it is brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan, the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan. Open, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Online, mattblattnissan.com. All right, coming up, Keith Smith, NBA playoffs, Sixers win. Is this a sweep? We've got the latest coming up next here on the Sports Bash. All right, Keith Smith from Yahoo Sports covers the NBA at Keith Smith NBA. So much to dive into with Keith as we break it down here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. We've got games tonight. We've got right here on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Bucks and the Heat. Tomorrow night we got the Nets and the Celtics. Saturday we've got Bucks, Heat, and Sixers, Wizards. And on Sunday, we've got Lakers, Suns, Memorial Day. It's Sixers, Wizards, Game 4. Let's bring Keith Smith in from Yahoo Sports, who covers the NBA. He joins us on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. Boy, these NBA playoffs have been very interesting. A lot of storylines. Let's go to Philadelphia last night with Keith first. Ben Simmons, he beat you with 15 assists. He beat you with 22 points. Which is the better Ben Simmons? Which one's better, Keith? Because people here are fighting over which one's better. They want to see the guy who scored a lot of points, but he created more points in game one. Is there a better Ben Simmons?
Yeah, you would hope people would just be happy with the version that's playing well in the playoffs for a change. So, I don't know that there is a better one. I think what's really good is watching him adapt his game to what's needed. And in game one, he needed to be a playmaker. Last night, they needed him to be a little bit more of a scorer, and that's what he did. And he really kind of took over and handled things, quite well on that aspect. And they're I'll be maybe Washington gets one of these at home, but I think Philadelphia is going to end this thing pretty quickly.
Yeah, and obviously, the first game, people were talking about it. I think it's fair to criticize the foul shooting, but he doesn't score 6 points, but 6 points. Last night, more aggressive. When you kind of watch that game, the two games, was there something that the Wizards did differently that caused Simmons to one game not score, the other game score? I think that's the one thing about it. People want him to be aggressive all the time, but I think the beauty of Simmons is he takes what they give him.
Yeah, you're right on that. He doesn't force things. If it's there for him to get inside and score, he's going to do that. If it's there for him to, drive and be a playmaker and those kind of things, he's going to do that as well. And there are times that has come back because it almost seems like he's not impacting the game with his will. He's not playing with enough force and those kind of things. But I thought what he did last night, I thought Washington, he was able to work against the smaller players that the Wizards were putting on him and get into, the paint area right around his comfort area scoring wise. And that's how he put it together. So I think that's what it is. They don't have, a great matchup for him because they can't put size on him without sacrificing, elsewhere. So I think he's now figured out, all right, I can get to where I need to be to get to the shots I'm comfortable with.
In the past, the Celtics very well. The Celtics have been a team that have kind of built that wall. Hey, we're going to build this wall, Ben. You're not driving past us. Can teams defend this Sixers roster that same way?
Yeah, I think there are a couple teams that can. I think Milwaukee could do that. I think because what they would probably likely do is put Giannis on him. So I've long held up, if we go back to, you mentioned Boston, when they had Al Horford, they would put Horford on Simmons quite a bit, because what they would do is they would say, all right, we're gonna sag off you because we know you're not going to shoot. But then when you drive, there's size waiting for you there. And that's what you need. You can't sag off him with a guy who's 6'2", because then he's just going to get into the paint and get an easy shot or find an easy passing lane. So that's where you have to be able to defend him with size. I don't think they're going to see anybody who can necessarily do that in the first, not right now, obviously, against Washington. Second round, yeah, maybe Julius Randle could do a little bit of that. Maybe DeAndre Hunter for the Hawks or John Collins could do a little bit of it. But I think that's more of a problem you're waiting to face until you get into the conference finals.
Yeah, that's a great point by you. Is the problem is if you don't have the size, he'll back you in, and then you've seen teams try to double him, and that's where his patience gets you, because you'll get Danny Green in the corner. He'll get the fact that the Sixers have shooters. They have not had that in the past. That's a huge difference for Simmons' game.
Yeah, big time. And he almost wants you to double him. He's not a natural scorer. He doesn't want to shoot. He wants to be a playmaker. And that's, so if you get him down inside and you're sending an extra guy at him, he's, very happy to have that happen because he's so big. It's hard to double him with enough size that you're going to affect his passing lane. And you're spot on with that. With the shooting with Green and Curry, that what they do is they open up everything for him, because when you send that help at him, you're not kicking it out for, unfortunately, what over the last few years has been, those clanked jump shots off the rim. Now what you're getting is guys who can actually knock it down. And then if you over-rotate to them, Harrison and Embiid are kind of living around the baseline area, and they're going to hurt you there. So it's a much more conducive roster for Simmons to have success.
Keith Smith covers the NBA, the Sixers, and the Wizards. Is there anything that you've seen that would make you feel like the Wizards can get back into this? They are going home. I mean, hey, series doesn't start until somebody wins one of these games on the other team's court. If Philly can, Philly go in there and win game three, or do you think Washington holds court here?
Yeah, if Washington's going to get one, I always think when a team's really overmatched, their best chance of getting one is winning game three at home, because you're going to get that lift from the home crowd. That's going to get you going. That's going to get everybody there fired up and ready to go. So I think that is their best chance of getting one, will be game three. If they don't get game three, it's really easy for those guys to look at it and say, well, we only going to play one more, and then we're off to the summertime. And I think that's probably where we'll be at.
Yeah, and of course, we don't know the status of Westbrook. Beal was basically all they had. He was a one-man band last night, but the Sixers, they beat you in game one with 37 from Harris, 26 from the Curry-Green duo, and by the way, 30 from Embiid. And in game two, they get you with Ben Simmons scoring 22. Embiid has almost been an afterthought in this series. Kind of bizarre to think, huh, Keith?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, and it's not because he hasn't played well. He's played great. They just haven't needed him to, he got, very easy baskets in the first game. They don't, other than Robin Lopez, who can at least get physical with him and maybe frustrate him a little. Washington doesn't have anybody who can do anything against Joel Embiid. And then in the second game, he just kind of did what he had to do and then get out of there. And that's what you really hope for in the playoffs, because that's just stealing rest and getting guys, off their feet for a little bit, knowing you're getting into a point where you're going to be playing high-level games just about every other day. And that's also a part of why I think Philadelphia would like to get this series over and done with, so that you're every game you play a little bit with Embiid, it feels like you're running the risk of is he going to tweak something and then be out for a little bit? They've been so snake bit with injuries, especially in the postseason. Get these series over early, so that way you're not having to risk that later.
Keith Smith, all right. We talked at the beginning. Oh man, is this the worst case scenario for the Bucks? Are the Heat just overmatched here?
Yeah, they might be. I think Milwaukee took this whole season a lot of short-term losses for long-term games. They try to get more versatile with their offense and their defense, and it cost them regular season games for sure. But we've seen those teams in the past where it's been, all right, we won, every, a million regular season games, and we flamed out in the postseason year after year. And it's those teams that kind of realize, all right, it's not about that. It's about being at your best in the playoffs. And that's where we're seeing Milwaukee now. And I think Miami, we're starting to see a little bit that they might have been a product of the bubble. They've got good players, but they are just not quite the same team. I think, if they could go back in time and undo that Victor Oladipo trade, I think they wouldn't do that, knowing that he's not available for them. It was a worthwhile risk at the time, but I think they're now looking at it as they just don't have the depth that they had last year, and they definitely don't have much depth up front. It's kind of Bam Adebayo and a little bit of Dwayne Dedmon, and there's not much else as far as size on that team.
Yeah, that's one that's tonight. You can hear that game on 97.3 ESPN. Let's talk a little bit about the Knicks-Hawks series. You had Derrick Rose, kind of dialing it back in the Wayback Machine. What did he play, 30-plus minutes last night? He even said, man, I was even impressed by the fact that my stamina was there. But it feels like this one is going to be a 7-gamer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I picked. I think that's what I picked. I either picked Hawks in 6 or Hawks in 7. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really long series. I think these teams are very different styles, but very equally matched. You saw Atlanta's offense get going when they needed it at the end of game 1, and then New York found enough offense in game 2. And I think Julius Randle being a little bit more patient. He wasn't as getting into forcing things and being, I've got to score every time. He trusted his teammates a little bit more. They came through, and I think that's going to be a really fun series. And now it's up to Atlanta to throw an adjustment. The Knicks threw a couple of different things at them that they weren't necessarily expecting. Now it's up to Atlanta to figure those out and then adjust on their own. And that's what the playoffs are about. It's about making that adjustment, and then the adjustment to that going forward. It becomes the chess match here on out.
Yeah, I know that one had a lot of hype last night. The Garden was rocking. It had a lot of people back. Like I said earlier, it was like a World Cup soccer victory for the Knicks. The place was pouring out, and it's good to have energy back there. Let's real quick look at the Jazz get Donovan Mitchell back, and he really sparked them because the Grizzlies, nobody even thought he'd be here, but it showed you getting Mitchell back was pretty important for them.
Yeah, huge, and they also shot it much better. They kind of water finds its level. They were horrible on 3-pointers in game 1, and then they made a whole bunch of them in game 2, and now I'm expecting that'll probably even out, and they'll be about the team we expected to see for the rest of the season and for the rest of this series, and that was really impressive to me, though, that Memphis didn't fold. They got down big, and then they fought. And that team is, really fun to watch. John Morant is really fun. Dylan Brooks is a guy that you can very easily see yourself rooting for there. Jaren Jackson Jr. is interesting. Jonas Valanciunas, I think we all like him, at least the old school guys like us, because he's kind of one of those dinosaurs that we loved growing up at the center position. And that team's got a lot of versatility with what they can do this offseason. And they could go the cap space route and add some guys. So that's going to be a team to really watch going forward here, because I think Memphis has a chance to they got here earlier than anybody expected, and I think they've got a chance to vault themselves into contender status sooner rather than later if they play their cards right.
Yeah, they're fun. That's a good one. Another good one is the Suns and Lakers. Chris Paul will play in the game. He was questionable, but they've already announced that he will play. And this one has the makings of kind of a back-and-forth series, but the Lakers did get one on the road.
Yeah, that's always the important thing. If you can get one of those first two on the road, you're set up really well for success the rest of the way, because now you've got the home court advantage. Now, what's important is that they don't turn right back around and hand it back to Phoenix. I picked Lakers in 7, and I'm going to stick with that. I think, this is going to be a long series, and I think, what you're looking at on the other side of this, for whether you're Denver or Portland, who comes out of the 3-6 series, is those two teams are going to be beaten up, because those two, it seems almost opposite of what we would expect looking at the names Lakers and Suns. They're built on defense. They aren't teams that fly up and down the floor and play these super high scoring games. They really get after you defensively, both sides. And if it's a good long series, you're feeling pretty good on the opposite side of that, whether you're Denver or Portland, of, all right, hey, they beat each other up enough. Well, we've got a pretty nice advantage going into this second round series.
Yeah, that one should be fun to watch those two go back and forth. And then, of course, the other one is, you had the Clippers essentially tank games to play this matchup, and now they're down 0-2. Do they have a way to get out of this mess?
Yeah, they're in trouble. They are in real trouble against the Mavericks now, because if you lose the first two at home, you're really hurting. If they don't get this next one, again, another one where it's even easier to say, you know what, we don't even have the home fans here. We're down 3-0. Let's pack this thing up and go. And what becomes really interesting in that situation is, then do you start to wonder what happens with Kawhi Leonard? He's going to be a free agent this summer. It's him. He would be the marquee free agent if he was actually available on the open market, and was willing to take meetings and listen to teams. So he would almost have his choice of destination. And you really start to wonder, if you look at that, he's the most unpredictable superstar, I think, in all sports, because he just doesn't ever say anything. He never lets you know if he's happy or unhappy or what. So I think, you could really run the risk here with Kawhi, looking at it and saying, all right, well, this roster's a little stuck with what we got. We could make some changes. I think you're going to have to sell him a little bit on your plan going forward if you're the Clippers. And I don't think that's the position they expected to be in at all.
Great stuff. And of course, then on Friday night, it's the Celtics and the Nets, and obviously that didn't go so well. Tatum did not play well. Then he left the game. I thought it was maybe one of the more balanced and least flashy games you're going to get from that Nets big three. But if they beat you the way they did the other night, that shows you, maybe the ceiling. The fact that they could beat you in that way was very interesting, I thought.
Yeah, when the Celtics had success against the Nets in game one, it was when the Nets were playing that your turn, my turn, iso ball stuff. It was, you could tell they just weren't fully comfortable. In the second half of that game, it started to be, all right, hey, let's get into some stuff. Let's get the ball moving. You saw Steve Nash go to some sets. It's very clear they're pet sets that Mike D'Antoni, one of his lead assistants, used to run, where it's, hey, we're just going to move the ball up top, almost run a little bit of a weave, get everybody moving and involved. And then what you saw in game two was that carried over. Their ball movement at times in game two was absolutely beautiful. And there was multiple times where Celtics defenders were caught on the weak side as the ball rotated between, all right, do I close out hard on Kyrie Irving or Kevin Durant, or do I leave Joe Harris open? And you might as well just lay down on the court at that point and hope he misses, because there's no chance that you can make the right decision there. There isn't a right one to make. So it's really impressive. And then when Boston, said, all right, well, we got to make sure we get out to the 3-point line, the Nets started making that extra pass even off of that, and that got Blake Griffin more dunks, I think, in game two than he had the entire year with Detroit. So it is, really, really impressive what that Nets team can do when they're playing together like that.
That one, to me, was one of the most impressive games, because the first night, they beat an outman Celtics team, but they did it with the three guys really just scoring. The other night, it was really a balanced attack. I think that's maybe a better recipe for them. Don't you?
Yeah, I do. And I think that's scary for the rest of the league, because now it's like, oh, crap. We know they can go to those three guys. If it's we really need a bucket, in a late clock situation, we can go to any one of those three guys and probably create a good look. When they're moving it like that, now they might not even be in those late clock situations, because it might not even matter. And that to me is scary. Now, that said, I think Milwaukee, Philadelphia, they present different challenges just with their size, with their defenders, some things that Boston just unfortunately doesn't have any answer for. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, it is absolutely, it was one of those performances where that was almost one of those where you put the rest of the league on notice a little bit of, hey, this is what we can do when we're at our best.
Keith Smith, the NBA playoffs continue. You can follow Keith Smith at Keith Smith NBA for more of his thoughts on it at Yahoo Sports, Real GM, Celtics blog, and more. And he, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Keith, appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Enjoy the playoffs.
You do the same. And, of course, those playoff games can be heard right here on 97.3 ESPN starting tonight at 7 with the Bucks and the Heat, the Nets and the Celtics tomorrow. Doubleheader on Saturday, Lakers, Suns on Sunday, Sixers, Wizards on Memorial Day. Hear them all right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. I want to tell you about my guys over at PropSwap. As we've been doing so much with PropSwap, people are making so much money. I was talking to Luke today. Guy made $4,000 this month just by prop swapping. Made $1,500 alone on the PGA, just buying and selling tickets on PropSwap during the PGA. Well, now you can do it during the NBA. You can go right now. How about this? Exact NBA Finals matchups. If you think it's going to be Brooklyn and the Clippers, or Brooklyn and the Lakers, Brooklyn and the Jazz, you can go buy that ticket now. And as that series looks like it could happen, you can post that ticket online and sell it at PropSwap. It's the best odds in the country. You can get the exact finals matchup by team. And I'm going to tell you what the best odds are for the Sixers coming up on the other side here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we are streaming live video at YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Hopefully you're enjoying the beginning of it. It feels like it should be Friday. Should I just take off tomorrow and then it feels like it would be Friday if I just wasn't here? We all just took off? Because today feels like it should be Friday. Right? It definitely feels like this is Friday. So I think we should just bag tomorrow and come back on Tuesday. We're off on Monday. I think these are the odds for the Sixers finals matchups, okay? Lakers are 9-1, Jazz are 12-1. It's Sixers. These are the matchups. Sixers, Lakers are 9-1. Sixers, Jazz is 12-1. Sixers, Mavericks 28-1. Sixers, Clippers 28-1. Sixers, Suns 33-1. Sixers, Trailblazers 50-1. Sixers, Nuggets 60-1. Sixers, Grizzlies 300-1. So they still believe that the Lakers are the favorite in the West. So if you look at those odds there, now the best odds, the best matchup right now in Vegas, these are from Bet Online, is the Brooklyn Nets to face the Los Angeles Lakers, and that is 15-4. I got to be honest, that would be a pretty fun, like, what matchup would you want to see outside of the Sixers getting to the finals if you're a Sixers fan in the area? It would have to be watching Brooklyn play the Lakers, right? Like, you don't want to see Brooklyn Jazz, do you? You probably want to see Durant, Harden, and Kyrie against Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Like, if I'm going to watch two teams in the finals that are not including my favorite team, then I think I want to see the Nets get there and play the Lakers. The next best odds are Brooklyn versus Utah, 5-1. Philadelphia and the Lakers. That is the third best opportunity. Best odds, I should say. It's 9-1. Then Bucks Lakers is 10-1. Brooklyn Dallas and Brooklyn LA Clippers are 12-1. Milwaukee Jazz, Philadelphia Jazz. That is 12-1. The worst odds of making it right now is a Washington Wizards versus Memphis Grizzlies matchup, and that is 5,000-1. So some interesting odds there as we take you through a Thursday show. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Chris Lefferts is watching. What's up, Chris Lefferts? Maxey needs to take Milton's minutes ASAP. He kind of already has. Right? I mean, Milton played the same amount of minutes as Maxey did last night, but that game was out of hand in the fourth quarter. I think Maxey has kind of passed Milton already. If you watch game one, Maxey got a run in the fourth quarter. I don't think Milton did. And in game two, they both played, I think, 14 minutes. Maxey basically has taken Milton's minutes. By the way, not that that's consequential. Right? That is an inconsequential moment here. The consequential moment is that the Sixers can beat you in a variety of ways. Like Chris says, it's comedy how people really think all there is to a great player is scoring, which is funny because I'm assuming you like Maxey because he scores more than Milton does. I said the other night, Michael Jordan is the greatest scorer. Dennis Rodman is the greatest rebounder. They're both great. They're just different. There's all sorts of great, but they're different. The piece that Paul Hudrick wrote at our website, 973ESPN.com, talked exactly about that Ben Simmons wasn't better in game two. He was just different. And if you go by how many points he generated, he actually was better in game one than he was in game two. What's more important to you guys out there? Ben Simmons scoring more points or generating more points? See, I don't think a lot of basketball casual fans even think like that. Not that like, hey, you're all sorts of outside the box, but like I was having a conversation one time with a guy who was a GM in the league one night at a Sixer game. This is like during the process years. This was one of the cool parts about the process years. You can go to a game. I used to go up all the time for work, and you're sitting in the media section, and I might be sitting next to a guy who was a GM in the league or a scout in the league. And he told me the whole concept of how many points a player can generate. In other words, I don't care if he scores 30 points. If he generated 52, that guy's more valuable than the player that scored 30. You're seeing that in this series now. Bradley Beal scores more points than everybody does. He doesn't generate a whole heck of a lot of points, right? He doesn't generate a lot of points, Bradley Beal, quite frankly, because he doesn't have a very good team, so he has to shoot so much. So the points Bradley Beal generates is not going to be all that good because he scores and he doesn't dish a whole heck of a lot. So Bradley Beal last night generated 33 points, and then he had 3 assists. So if all those assisted passes were 2-pointers, he only generated about 40 points last night, which is still pretty good because he scored 33. But Ben Simmons last night, he only generated 40 points. In game 1, he generated 48 points. The player who generates more points is better than the player who scores more points. But that gets lost in the sauce a lot. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Now, I have said in the past, I understand, and I was tweeting with a buddy of mine last night, right? I was tweeting with a buddy of mine last night who's very frustrated. He doesn't like Ben Simmons. He gets frustrated by Ben Simmons. And, Jeff Kerr, who was on yesterday, who's an NFL guy, tweeted, imagine thinking Ben Simmons is a bad player. And I tweeted back to him and said, I don't think people think he's bad. They just don't understand he's different and can't appreciate when a great player isn't a scorer. There are different kinds of great. Many only think a scorer can be great. To which my buddy tweets at me, it's frustration, Mike. When I see what he did tonight, it makes the other performance angering. And I'm thinking to myself, angering? He generated more points in game 1 than he did in game 2. What's angering is you think the game 2 performance was better than the game 1 performance because he scored more points. And I said, not to me. I appreciate what he does. You should try it. And he says, not when you see how his aggressive impacts the game so positively. His aggressiveness impacts the scoring. But sometimes his aggressiveness then takes away from the others. Like, I don't really care who scores the points. In game 1, Harris got 37. Green and Curry combined for 26. This game, Curry and Green only get 14 and Harris gets 19. They both had the same result. And I just feel like people watch games so differently from each other. That's one of the things. You watch a game differently than I do. 2 guys out there listening watch the game differently from each other. And we all watch the game just so differently. When you're at a game and you're sitting there and the guy sitting next to you is a scout and he's kind of telling you how he watches the game, it's, wow, you watch the game so differently than I watch the game. It's kind of interesting, actually. So I understand why people have difference of opinions. We all watch the game so differently. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, it's football at 4. Adam Caplan. The Eagles make a bunch of front office moves today. What do they all mean? What are the wide receivers going to look like? We've been kind of talking about that for a lot of this week, but the OTAs are about the skill players. It's about Jalen Rager. It's about Devonta Smith. And how about a name from the past? Could there be a reunion? We have that and more coming up next during Football at 4. And something Brandon Brooks said today kind of caught my attention. That's next.
South Jersey's home for the Sixers and Flyers.
Yeah! He scores! A two-hand jam!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. Studios. It's Football at 4.
This is Football at 4. It's powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which dropped this morning. A new one is out with Jeff Mosher and this man, Adam Caplan, from the Inside the Birds podcast as the Eagles OTAs continue. They made a bevy of moves today. So many things have come out this week from the OTAs. I thought maybe you were going to get your WCW championship belt there or something.
No, what happened is my light flickered here, so I want to make sure it stayed on in my studio here. But yeah, look, the Eagles made a bunch of front office moves, nothing major, but they reassigned. They get, when I say reassigned, they gave people different titles. Some are promotions, some are lateral moves, but the big one with Catherine Rage, who moved up to VP of Football Operations, that's definitely a big role. That's going to be sort of closer to Howie Roseman, the general manager. And this is a move. If you listen to Jeffrey Lurie, Mike, the owner of the Eagles, talk about her, he's a big fan of hers. So she gets to move up. And by the way, I was talking to someone who worked with her with the Montreal Alouettes. This guy's a big fan of hers. And she's young. She's in her early 30s, and she's very talented. And now this job, as I understand it, is a sort of a jack of all trades. It's projects, it's research, and this is what Andrew Berry did for his 1 year with the Eagles, which is an important job. The research role in personnel is pretty big. Information gathering, filtering information, stuff like that. That's an important role, and she gets a VP title, which is pretty big.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying, okay, what is her background? Where did she come from? She's now the highest-ranking female personnel executive in NHL history. I mean, so she's essentially one step away from running the personnel department, correct?
Well, yeah, look, if you look at it this way, Andrew Berry moved on from his role under Howie Roseman in a similar role to general manager of the Browns. So, yeah, you could say that. And the other one now, this is interesting. Dave Caldwell, the former Jaguars GM, was hired as personnel executive. Yeah, and I'm also told that he came over from he was actually a consultant for the Ravens before the draft. So Dave is an experienced guy. He knows Howie Roseman very well. They go back many years. And let's not forget that they made the AFC Championship game in 2017, and it wasn't for Tom Coughlin's issues or the players that had issues with Tom Coughlin, Caldwell might be be the general manager. Remember, a lot of players were disgruntled because of their issues with Coughlin, and they wanted to move on. So Dave is an experienced guy, and he's added to the staff.
Yeah, I mean, who was the guy from Cleveland last year in the Chiefs that was here in that kind of role? This is a much more prominent role than – and who was that guy?
Oh, Andrew Berry?
No. The guy who was
John Dorsey. Yeah, John Dorsey. Yes.
John Dorsey was it was more of an advisory role. This is more of an actual, job, correct?
Yeah, personnel executive. It's just his title is personnel executive. That could be anything because they're not giving him a specific title of what he's going to be doing. But when you look at what he can do, because he's done it all, being a general manager, and he's been in the league, formerly the Falcons, the Colts. He's there to advise. They could, like my friend Phil Savage, who former Browns GM, who worked with me at ESPN. Joe Douglas brought him in because Joe Douglas worked under Phil with the Ravens, and Phil has some college schools in terms of just a general area. So Dave Caldwell could have a variety of roles, and he's another guy who's experienced that Howie Roseman has brought in.
Yeah, so, I guess everybody goes, why did they make all these changes? Is this because they didn't draft well? What's the message when you see a reshaping of the front office like this, Adam?
What it is also Brandon Brown, who got a promotion to – he's sort of a co-director of player personnel because Ian Cunningham got his title back of director of player personnel. Brandon Brandon Brown's a promotion. He was their pro personnel director. He's a guy who's highly thought of with their personnel staff. Phil Bayek, who's now got a promotion, he gets a better area, who's highly thought of. Matt Holland, he got a sort of lateral move. He was formerly on the pro side. Now he's on the college side as a Northeast scout. Jeff Scott used to work for Washington. He replaces Matt Holland on the pro side. And Mina Solomon now, who you might know is the other female in the personnel department, she got a small promotion as a pro scout. So no, it has nothing to do with people not doing well. It's just that the big thing is Eagles are big on titles. And as Jeff Mosher and I have said for many years since we started the Inside the Bird Show since 2018, their titles sometimes do not correctly reflect of what they're actually doing.
Let me ask you that. This is kind of like just, you have any idea how these people, what do they do to get what is the background of like some of the, to be a scout or something to that effect? You know, if somebody says, hey, how did she get this job? Or how did he get that job? What are they kind of going through to get to land?
Yeah, so it's a good question, Mike. So they generally will start as a scouting assistant, right? That is the lowest level of scouting.
What do they get paid?
And then, I'm sorry?
What's that guy get a low level scouting assistant getting paid? No
yeah,
idea.
You're going to get $40 to $50,000 a year because you're just out of college. It's your first job, and it's about as low. And you know what those guys guys and gals do? They generally are picking up food. They might be getting coffee, and they are assistants. They do whatever the person who they work for wants them to do. It's a low level, entry level job it's about as low as you can get. Then you work your way up, and then you become hopefully a college scout. And then if you're a good college scout, you let's say you get one area, you get a better area. Like Phil Bayek got the Southeast. That's big. That's actually that's in a way a promotion. So I think you have to look at that. And then when you look at Brandon Brown, that's a big promotion for Brandon Brown. Going from pro personnel director to player personnel, director of player personnel, that is a jump. That technically, the next step for him would be assistant GM or general manager. So everybody seems to be moving up, or at worst, they were reassigned to an equal job.
All right, so let's look at some things that have happened this week with Adam Caplan here, because I think it's been an interesting week. First off, today, you guys on Inside the Birds, and Mosher had kind of been the one that said this on Football at 4 about Brandon Brooks. And I was kind of like, they can't trade Brandon Brooks. I mean, come on, man. This is one of the best right guards in football. He admitted today that he was on the trade block, but he said, I really wish I would have heard from someone other than my mother. So he's getting the reporting, or she's hearing the reporting, and the team didn't say, hey, we're trying to trade you, which I guess they don't owe that to him, but maybe so. But are you surprised that the team tried to trade Brooks?
No, but here's what I would say. I don't know if they were trying to trade him. The word around the league was he was available because he's come off of an injury. But theoretically, Mike, to be honest with you, most players are available. If you cornered a general manager and you'd say, is this guy available? Yeah, for the right offer, sure. But I don't think I wouldn't say they were really shopping him. I look at it that way. We put this out a couple months ago that it was known around the league towards the draft that maybe he could be had depending on what the offer was. But I would say I wouldn't call that. That's usual talk. You would not believe how many conversations are had around the National Football League, and very few of them happen. So I don't put a little. I don't. And to answer your question, I think it's a fair point. Is it really? Let's say a team called the Eagles, right, for Brandon Brooks. Let's say they engage that team. Is it really the front office's responsibility to tell them, hey, we had a conversation with the team that they called us? No, that's not. And Brandon Brooks, and I mean, Jeff and Moshe and I are huge fans of Brandon Brooks. I understand what he's talking about, but this is just the way it is in the National Football League. So I wouldn't read anything into that at all, other than I understand what he means by that. But it's really, look, he's their starting guard this season. Now, the reason why we said he was going to be a hard person to trade is we reported a year ago that he had what's called an advance guarantee on his contract, that his base salary for 2021 became fully guaranteed in 2020. And I give his agent, Joe Panos, who actually played for the Eagles, credit for getting that in his contract.
Adam Caplan, Football at 4. And then today, Brandon Brooks, he did say that he's confident that He's got to have no ill effects from this Achilles tear, and that he's ready to go. And there shouldn't be any reason why he wouldn't if you've seen him anyway. I mean, the guy's in fantastic shape.
He's unbelievable. Yeah, someone said, and it was pretty funny. Someone put on our Inside the Birds YouTube page comments. I go in there, I clear out. We get spam in there sometimes, and I'll look at the comments every once in a while. And I saw this guy. One guy said it was great. He said that I think Brooks should be in the WWE. He looks like that. He's so jacked up, and what a great story, and what a great guy he's been to be very public about his challenges with anxiety, and I applaud him for it.
I literally said he should fight Brock Lesnar in an MMA cage. That's how good a shape that Brandon Brooks looks like. So that's good. Shane Steichen mentioned over the weekend that his eyes keep going to the offensive line, which includes Brandon Brooks. We heard Lane Johnson. He's kind of cleared for everything in the offseason here now, which is good news. We'll see if he gets cleared for that for the all season. So that offensive line is kind of going to be a story, I think, with Steichen saying that, how good they look on tape. And then someone messaged on our Facebook, which line is he watching? I was like, the one that led him to the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years.
But Mike, here's the comments here, right? Here's the thing with this situation with their offensive line. They've got 3 players on their offensive line are 30 years or older, and also Save Malo, who's much younger, he had a significant knee injury last season. He missed significant time. Dillard's also it's coming off a significant injury. He didn't even play last season. So those are the issues.
Yep.
Can they stay whole? But I agree with your assessment. If they could stay together and play, and it's a 17-game season, I still have problems processing that. It's just weird to me. But if they could play 15 out of 17 games together, yeah, they're a top 3 line. I would agree with that.
All right, let's look at what OTAs are about the skill position players. You get a chance to kind of see them running around, making plays, and everybody likes to see the rookies. So the Eagles have a perfect blend here. They got 2 young receivers, OTAs. This is made for them. What are we learning about the roles? Jalen Reagor said, I'm going to play probably in the slot more. Then he kind of said, well, I'm going to be all over the place. But did he give us a little clue of how the Eagles see him in 2021?
Yeah, what we put out on our show, and people didn't quote us, right? So thank God Mosher was on your show yesterday, and was on our show obviously this morning, cleared up from his reporting. So Jeff, what I had said on our show back in February is that the early word on Reagor is he's going to be moved around. He's going to see some time in the slot. So some of these, what I call micro bloggers, these kids on Instagram who are trying to build their following, there are like 7 of them on Instagram. And they kept quoting me saying that Reagor was going to be moved to the slot. I didn't say that. Mosher didn't say that. Jeff said this morning that he's going to be moved around, and here's what happened. So the reporters only get access to the warm-ups and practice, and they saw him in the slot in warm-ups. That doesn't mean that's where he's going to play this season. That just means that's where he warmed up at. And Jeff said that he's going to be, from what he's heard, he's going to play. They're going to move him around. So no, he's not going to just be in the slot. That's definitely not correct.
Right, exactly, because people are like, well, and they made a mistake because they said Jefferson. They didn't draft him because he was a slot guy, right? That whole thing. It's like, no, they're going to move Reagor wherever they deem him, because I think we can all agree that Peterson did not do a good job utilizing Reagor's skill set last year.
Yeah, Jalen Reagor, and I understand in the coach's defense, he had 2 different injuries, the broken thumb, the sprained shoulder, they're both pretty significant injuries. And the missed practice time, I think, set him back because I know coaches will tell me over the years, we don't want to give guys, especially rookies, too much on their plate. But Mosher, if you remember last year, he was the first person to report that they were cross-training Reagor for a variety of roles. And I don't look, we've criticized Peterson enough. I think if Reagor had not suffered those 2 injuries, he probably would have done what you were talking about, being moved all around. There's certain things they couldn't do with him because he missed too much time. But Devontae Smith, by the way, just to add to this receiver talk before we move on with the rookies, another guy's going to be moved around. I don't know that, if you remember that the head coach, Nick Sirianni, he tried to downplay the X and Z positions because the reason is they're going to be moved around so much. They're not going to be what's called static. They're not going to be in one just place. They're going to take advantage of their matchups. What we've heard, Mike, is that this staff is going to be big on matchups. So when the receivers are getting moved around, they're going to scheme these guys to get open, which, by the way, Kyle Shanahan is probably the best in the National Football League at doing.
Now let's look. You mentioned the rookies, Devonta Smith. What are we seeing from him? It sounds like, already he catches the ball. That's different from the receivers they've had on this roster in the past. But what else do we see and know about how they're going to utilize him?
Yeah, and the thing that I do want to add to this is that, and this is important, he brings such a presence to their receiver room, to the field. He practices a certain way. He sets the example. We've talked about this on Inside the Birds. From what we had heard, there was a lot of immaturity with their receiver core. It's not a secret to anyone who covers the team if you really know the team. And they needed to get an alpha, as what we had heard, and they need to get someone who's mature. And Devonta Smith, and I know part of it's from he played for Nick Saban, so you're probably going to be pretty mature. He comes in there and he is the guy for that room, and he set the tone from what I understand of practice. And that's exactly what they needed. And I'm starting to see why that they drafted him. We all knew a little bit about him, but I start to see that they understood there's some intangible quality that he has that the other guys seem to not have.
All right. So they got a pick number 1, first round this year, first round last year. Any interest in Julio Jones?
Yeah, what we had said on our show today is we know that the Eagles have talked to the Falcons, but look, they're not. I look at it this way, Mike. I know they're going to get cap credits next week on June 2nd for the Malik Jackson release and Alshon Jeffrey release. I get it. They also have to sign the rookies. So some of that is going to be wiped out, that cap credit, from once they sign the rookies, which they should start signing next week, so they'll have the cap space to do it. I'm not saying they're not going to trade for Julio Jones. I would put a high percentage on it. Them taking on $50 million of salary when they're not. See, the thing is here, a team that's a little bit closer to winning a title or going deeper in the playoffs, it would make more sense to me. And I definitely think he's going to, if he gets traded, it's going to be, by the way, I think he will get traded, Julio Jones. I don't know if it's going to be next week or the trade deadline in October. But the Falcons, the reason why he's, in addition to their awful cap problem, they can't even trade him right now because of the cap, is because they're in a rebuild, particularly on defense, and they have a major cap issue. And then Julio, you never, Mike, the thing that personal people always tell me, you never want to wait till it's too late to trade a player. Jones has probably got 2 or 3 years left in him. He was pretty injured last season, 32 years old, $15.3 million salary, fully guaranteed this season, $2 million partial guarantee, and it's only injury guarantee. So of his 3 years remaining, he's really got a 1-year structure. So it's a tough call for the Eagles. Odds are against it, but I'm not rolling it out because he transforms that receiver room if they would trade for him. And knowing the Eagles, as we all do, if a big player becomes available, you just cannot roll it out.
All right, Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. We'll leave with this. On the defensive side of the ball, we know they still have a huge hole at corner. Eric Wilson spoke today. They have Alex Singleton. Would they look to add to that defense? Jordan Hicks' name has come up. He's a former Eagle. Arizona said, hey, you can go look for a trade. Does he make any sense?
Well, when I was first asked about this 2 months ago, I said absolutely no way. That's before he got his pay cut. Now that he's only making $2 million this season, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that in the next couple of weeks. Other than Eric Wilson, I don't know. Alex Singleton, I know he was a great story last season. There's no question about it. I don't want to say he came out of nowhere. They'd had him since 19. Now you got a new coaching staff here. We'll have to see how he fits in. The only starter for sure is Eric Wilson. We'll see on Alex Singleton. I would not rule out a return for Jordan Hicks because he's a veteran player. He's only making $2 million. I know he turns 30. He has an injury history. They drafted Zaven Collins in Arizona, so they obviously made him available. And I know a Cardinal source said that don't rule Philly out. So I'm not. We'll see. I'm not saying there's a problem. I just don't put percentages on anything unless I'm involved. But it just makes too much sense to me. To answer your question, it would make a lot of sense, but we'll see. Wouldn't put a high percentage on it either.
Tell you what, if they were able to get Hicks and then somehow got a corner, don't you think the anticipation for this season would be different?
It is, but I'll tell you what. Look, we don't have time to talk about Ryan Kerrigan. I mean, we can talk about him next Thursday. We talked about it on the inside. Listen to my comments on this morning's show; they're pretty strong.
All right, that's the Inside the Birds pod. You can find at Inside Birds wherever you guys get your podcast. Adam Caplan at Caplan NFL. Don't forget, new pods on Mondays and Thursdays drop at 6 a.m. And then check out all the other stuff on the Inside the Birds platform. Q&A did a great show this week. I implore you guys to check that out as well. He's Adam Caplan. It's football at 4 here. Have a great Memorial Day weekend, man.
You too, my friend. And also one more thing, I have my Twitch channel, 7 to 8 p.m. If you folks do Twitch, we talk about all 32 teams on Twitch. So, Mike, you two and your listeners stay safe and have a good weekend. Thank you.
All right, there he goes. Adam Caplan at Caplan NFL, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And the Sports Bash this hour here is brought to you by my guys at PropSwap. Go to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. All right, a lot of comments have been coming in over on the stream, and your text messages I can continue to read off. 609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. We can dabble into a lot of Eagles, a lot of Sixers, NBA playoffs. Phillies won today. They didn't win the series, though, against the Marlins. They tied the series. So there's, like, minimal self-pride, I guess. 5 o'clock tonight, or excuse me, 5:25 tonight. Marc Jackson, NBC Sports Philadelphia Sixers analyst, joins me right here on the Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Do you remember, all right, on this day, May 27th, these are events that happened on this day, May 27th. We'll take a look at them here on the Sports Bash. All right, my producer, Josh.
Howdy.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I do good today.
You got a gift.
I am feeling great. Memorial Day weekend. Doesn't this feel like it should be Friday? Should we just take off tomorrow? There's no Sixers game tomorrow to react to.
Honestly, all the days blur together for me half time. So
Right?
every day feels like some version of every day.
I declare we're off tomorrow. How's everybody listening and watching feel about that? Is it okay if we all take off tomorrow? You all right with that? On this day, May 27th, we took off. May 28th, we was taking off. All right, let's go. Let's see what we got here. On this day, May 27th, 1975, at the Odd in Buffalo, Flyers take back-to-back titles. They beat the Sabres 2-0. They win the series 2-0. The Flyers win the Stanley Cup. The Flyers win the Stanley Cup 46 years ago.
It's the greatest moment in Billy Schweim's life.
And I still think he thinks it's the same year.
Nah, maybe.
If it could be 1975 all over again and could just stick there, I think he'd be a happy guy. At least his outfit says so.
What you're saying is Billy wants to live a real-life version of Groundhog Day?
The Flyers win the Stanley Cup. He does wear those blue ends, though. Damn it. I'd like to see him get out of those things. It's for your own good, buddy. 1968, the National League awards Montreal and San Diego Major League Baseball franchises. One of those teams still remains. Montreal is now in Washington.
Yeah, by way of Puerto Rico, don't forget.
Kind of.
They're
Played
Puerto
1
Rico.
year. They were never officially named that. They
No,
played their games
they
there.
did play their games.
Yeah, that's a bad job by you. They were still the Montreal Expos. They just played half their home games in Hiram Bertham Stadium.
That's right.
But they were never officially the Puerto Rico Expos.
Well, if you were watching the games back then, they called them the Puerto Rico Expos on TV.
I don't think so. I don't remember that.
Not officially like on the baseball, but they talked about it on the broadcast.
You'll have to prove that to me. That's one of those Joshes that I don't believe. You have like the sports geek stats and all that stuff, but then sometimes you try to pull the wool over by making crap up like that. That never happened.
I didn't make it up. They were playing Puerto Rico.
No, they did play in Puerto Rico, but they were never referred to as the Puerto
they were
Rico.
never officially repeated. See, now you're being literal about the literal.
No.
guy.
I'm
See,
saying
you guys stop being
even
literal.
during the broadcast, they never called them that.
The whole point was they were in Puerto Rico.
Yes, that is
They were
true.
never literally the Puerto Rican Expos or whatever.
They were never called that. But they were never referred to as such.
Don't
and
out-
now they're gone.
Don't out literal the literal guy, okay?
Now they're gone. But it was on this day that they were awarded a franchise. I missed the Expos. I wish I would have seen a game there.
What was that? Olympic
Stadium Olympiad. It's probably a dump now. But that's the
I've
kind of stuff that I like. I would like to even drive by there today and go see what it looks like, and just kind of like those kind of things are like, I love that. Like when I was in Toronto, I went by the old Maple Leaf Gardens.
We work for the Discovery Channel and be the guy who like travels
It's a
around
good
the old
show.
stadiums.
That's a good show. Good idea. How do I get in touch with somebody?
That I don't know, but I just gave you the idea. You run with it.
Headed by new owners John McMullen, not the former Football at 4 Eagles insider for 97.3, who, by the way, I've talked to recently. John's doing great. New owners headed by John McMullen buy the NHL's Colorado Rockies and move the team to New Jersey's Meadowlands, and they name them the New Jersey Devils. It happened on this day in 1982.
That was a very strange era. I wish someone would make a documentary about this. Like 70s hockey teams that failed. Like there was a bunch of them that there was a team in San Jose. There was a team in Ohio.
What do you think about the baseball team taking the same name as the failed hockey team?
It seems very lazy. That's what I would say.
It's like, all we got out here is the Rockies. That's who we are.
All right,
Either that or the Coors Lights.
Yeah, why not?
1991 on this day, losing badly and about to be swept by Michael Jordan and the Bulls in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Detroit Pistons walk off the court with 7.9 seconds left in the game at the Palace of Auburn Hills. They don't make them like the Palace anymore, but the Pistons walked off. That was in The Last Dance.
Yeah, that was a very controversial conversation the next day after the episode of The Last Dance we talked about.
That's right.
Remember when we were covering The Last Dance like it was a sporting event?
That was sad. And then last night, it's funny you say that, because last night, I have YouTube TV, and if you don't have the guide up, it gives you like a lot of channels that you watch, and right across it has like Phillies, Marlins, Sixers, Wizards, Knicks, game, like the whole screen was just, I was like, information overload. There's a game on everywhere. There's so much going on right now. I'm like, God. Not that I'm complaining or anything.
Better not be complaining. We didn't have any of this last year.
No, but that 1991, that's the first time this Jordan and the Bulls, they finally disposed of the Pistons, and they went on to win the first of 3.
Yeah, they finally beat the Bullies on the block.
They don't make them like those Pistons teams anymore.
They don't make them like those Jordan Bulls teams either.
I mean, there's no Jordans.
Well, the team either.
Right, but you need a Jordan, is my point.
You need a Jordan, but you also need a Pippen.
Well, a lot of teams have a Pippen.
True. Well, not about a lot of teams, but enough teams.
Yeah. All right. What else we got here? 1993. On this day, Dale Murphy calls it quits. 398 home runs. Dale Murphy played for the Phillies. You remember that? Now, my buddy had the poster in his room. It was Dr. Dirty and Mr. Clean. Dale Murphy was Mr. Clean. Do you know who Dr. Dirty was?
First of all, that is a great nickname poster deal. Like that's a classic right there.
Yeah, it looked like remember the movie Twins with Dan Aykroyd and Danny DeVito. Yeah. That's what this poster looked like, because you had Dale Murphy standing next to Lenny Dykstra. Then Lenny Dykstra was Dr. Dirty and Dale Murphy was Mr. Clean. Now the Phillies stunk with those two guys on the team.
I was just going to ask. I mean, that's going to be like a 5-inch separation between those two.
Yeah, they're definitely. And by the way, Lenny Dykstra on Twitter celebrated 3 years without getting arrested yesterday. It happened on this day. It was actually 2 days ago.
Good for him.
That'll be coming up in a future edition of Do You Remember?
I was just going to ask you.
Dale Murphy on the Phillies, he's at the end of the road.
Right. I was going to say, his prime years were the Braves.
Oh, he was a two-time MVP.
Yeah, and he was torturing people. He was so good.
He was fantastic, Dale Murphy. Now, 398 home runs. Dale Murphy not in the Hall of Fame.
I don't think he should be.
Really?
I think that at some point you got to draw the line somewhere.
Played for the Colorado Rockies as well.
Of course he did.
The baseball edition, not the hockey team. Dale Murphy, I believe, yes, back-to-back MVPs. I mean, 2 times he was the back-to-back MVPs.
No, speaking of hockey,
how many guys do that?
If I remember right, didn't Tom Glavine and John Smoltz play hockey?
I think Glavine did. I don't know about Smoltzy.
I think
Smoltz played for the Puerto Rico Expos, though.
Would they be Puerto Rico or Puerto Rican Expos?
Probably Puerto Rico. I don't know that the former is the way you want to go about that. Batting average, 265. His average 162 game season. 265, 30 homers. On base percentage, 346. Dale Murphy could play in today's game.
Probably have better numbers now in today's game.
Oh, yeah. Dale Murphy, on this day, retired. For those of you who don't remember him, he played for the Phillies for 3 seasons. And in Philadelphia, he hit 249, 27 homers. He had a lot of injury problems. All right, what else we got today? A couple birthdays. Happy birthday. Big Hurt, Frank Thomas.
Oh, he's a league MVP. He should be in the Hall of Fame.
1993. Now, Murphy won 2 Hall of Fames. He's not in there. You're saying Frank Thomas won 1 MVP and he's in.
Because Thomas had a longer, more sustainable career without the injuries.
Well, 18 years for Dale Murphy. Let's break this down now. 18 years for Dale Murphy. I'm going to get him again on just throwing out random stuff.
Well,
Can't just do this.
You can give me years, but how many games?
I'm going to do that for you. All right? By the way, I was at the game that Frank Thomas hit his 400th homer.
Well, he has that over Murphy, too.
He played 19 years.
How many games?
I'm telling you. 2,322 games
for
Frank Thomas.
Okay.
Dale Murphy, 2,180 games.
Wow, more than I thought.
Frank Thomas was hurt a lot towards the end. In fact, his last,
Right, the very end, yeah.
well, he played 74 games in 04, 34 games in 05,
That's the other one,
137 in 06. In 08, he played 71. Actually, in 08, I take that back because he played for two different teams. He played he played 71. So he had a couple injury years at the end.
At the end, yeah.
But he had 521 homers.
That's a lot more home runs.
Yeah.
Also, wasn't his batting average career higher than
301.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Famer.
But he only won one MVP. Dale Murphy, too.
Well,
How about that? All right. Happy birthday, Jeff Bagwell. He was this is another interesting guy, MVP conversation. Jeff Bagwell, All-Star in 94, 96, 97, 99, MVP 94, Gold Glove 94. Jeff Bagwell, happy birthday.
bagpipes.
Putting him in?
I would lean to put him in, but I understand if someone want to put him in. I feel like he's kind of like a borderline candidate. The problem with him is that I think people are going to hold the steroid era against him.
He's a steroid guy. 449 home runs, 297 batting average, won an MVP, was also a Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Gold Glover, too.
Hey, listen, I
Got
personally,
a case.
I would put him in the Hall of Fame, but I understand people don't want to put him in.
I got another one. This one's up. I picked this one. It's up your alley.
By the way, really quick, for me, I feel like because Biggio got in, that'll help Bagwell get it.
Yeah, they're kind of like synonymous.
Yeah.
Biggio, Bagwell, the killer bees.
And then the third one was Lance Berkman later on.
Yeah.
And early on, the first bee was Bell, right? They had Bell in the late 90s. And then
Who's the Bell? Derek Bell?
I think it was Derek Bell, yeah. And then Lance
Pulled that one
Berkman
out.
came later.
On this day, happy birthday, 1974. Heisman Trophy winner, 1996. Danny Warfel.
Oh, my goodness.
University of Florida. Played for the Saints.
And the Washington football team for Spurrier.
Yeah, Warfel was another one of those Florida pop gun offense guys that never made it.
He also had kind of a noodle arm.
Who were some of the – you had
Warfel, Shane Matthews.
I feel like Miami Hurricanes, Florida Gators, like they're all great college quarterbacks that never make it.
Jesse Palmer.
Rex Grossman went to a Super Bowl. People tell me I look like Rex Grossman.
You do not look like Rex
I've gotten that a lot.
No, you do not look like Rex Grossman.
Well, not anymore.
Miami quarterback.
That's when he was going to the Super Bowl.
So we're talking about like Ken Dorsey for Miami.
Ken Dorsey, another good quarterback, college.
Brock Berlin, remember him? He was at Florida and Miami.
Don't remember him. Who was that?
Brock Berlin.
Berlin?
Yeah. I think he was at Florida and Miami, actually.
I don't know.
But I remember him more at Miami.
All right, there we go. Danny Warfel, happy birthday.
Man,
That
guy was the ultimate great college quarterback, couldn't do butt kissing.
No. But I feel like the 1975 Flyers one is the do you remember of the day? It was 46 years ago, and I don't know when we're going to get another one of those.
It's not looking very good right now.
Like there's a hockey team, like the Rangers, because New York, but there's a hockey team that goes on like 50 years. Like, should the Flyers get to 50 years? Would that become like almost like a Cubs story? I mean, the Cubs even went longer.
It's a good question. I mean, hockey is strange because there are a lot of teams that have gone long periods of time without winning in hockey. The Rangers were one before they won their cup. Toronto hasn't won anything in forever, it seems like. So I feel like hockey, it happens maybe a little more often than other sports do.
All right, there's Do You Remember for May 27th. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll have the weekend edition of Do You Remember. Also tomorrow's show, Mike McGarry, Paul Hudrick, Bob Wankel, Happy Hour Friday with the PT, Jeff Kerr. Although I thought we were supposed to take off tomorrow. The rest of the building's closing at 2. I'd like to follow them out. Like, I'll come here and do some weekend stuff, but then can I leave? Everybody else is off at 2. The whole building's done at 2.
You want to just show up for Do You Remember and Happy Hour with PT?
Yeah. I don't want to come tomorrow at all, period. I'm straight up. I don't want to be here tomorrow, period. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Prop Swap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the Prop Swap app today. Coming up at 5:25, Marc Jackson's here today. Good to have him be a part of the show. Don't forget, you can watch the show on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Just search 973 ESPN. 447 Sports Bash Thursday, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Watch the show live, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. If you are listening on the radio, send us a text, 609-403-0973. Sixers win last night, and they do it handily. A lot of people looking back at that game and saying, man, that Ben Simmons, he was great last night. Why can't he do that more often? Paul Hudrick writes at 97.3 ESPN.com, he wasn't better. He was just different. As he writes that he's arguably the most polarizing athlete in Philadelphia sports history. In game one, he totaled 6 points, 0 of 6 from the line. In game two, 22 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and a block in just 28 minutes of work. In game one, 15 assists. In game one, he generated 48 points, which is more than he generated in game two. Yet the fan base will look at Wednesday and say, I'll take that game more so than game one. It's a very polarizing discussion, and it's really not about this game or this series. It's about whether or not the Sixers can win a NBA championship with this guy on the team. 609-403-0973. And as Paul Hudrick asks, was he better or just different? And if you listen to what Doc Rivers said in the postgame, the answer is simple. They defended us differently. They gave us space, and it's one of those things that when they give us space, Ben is going to drive and kick off. He creates points by passing. When they do give us space, then Ben drives to score. Tonight, they changed what they were doing on Joel Embiid, which gave Ben more room. They were also sprinting out to our shooters, which gave Ben more room. He took advantage of it. You're damn right he did. And that's why he scored 22 points. The night before, or game one, I should say, that wasn't the case. Those lanes weren't there. So what did he do? He kicked it out. He made the smart move, and you guys didn't like it. Well, many of you guys. There are a lot of people out there that do appreciate it and do like it. There's also a lot of people out there that only want scoring. They only want to see, hey, can you score the basketball? And one of the things is you have the whole generating points thing, I think, is a very interesting conversation. There's not too many people out there that pay attention to that statistic. Like, if you just look at how many points the player created, that should matter the most. But through 2 postseason games this year, the Sixers trio of Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid, and Tobias Harris are averaging 68 points, 26 rebounds, and 16 assists. If they can keep that up, it doesn't matter where the points come from. If they come from Green, if they come from Simmons, if they come from Curry, if they just basically get high-level production, the 16 assists are huge. The 26 rebounds, huge. The 68 points. That's the one area where everybody wants more. And again, it's not about how many points you score. It's about how many points you generate. So we'll see if that number stays where it goes, because I'm interested to see what defensive philosophy, I guess you could say, what defensive philosophy are the Washington Wizards going to employ on Saturday night? What do they do this time that changes some things up? How are they going to change what they do against the Sixers? It's not just Ben Simmons. It's about what they do against the Sixers, because quite frankly, the Sixers have 3 different guys, really 5 different guys, because if Seth Curry's shooting the lights out, you got problems. If Danny Green's shooting the lights out, then you have problems, because then you can't leave those guys, and that's when it becomes an issue for the other team. That's when it becomes so pressuring on the defense, is if, my gosh, This guy's knocking down jumpers, or threes, I should say. We got to stay out on him. And when you do that, that's where the problem comes into play. And that's what you saw last night. That was the big problem last night for the Washington Wizards. Is they stayed out on the shooters. They doubled Joel, and that left Ben Simmons one-on-one. And I thought Keith Smith really brought up a great point. And this will be interesting to see as they go through these playoffs and play against bigger teams that have players that can go one-on-one with Ben Simmons. This team does not. But as Doc Rivers pointed out last night, that's what they gave us. They doubled Joel, and therefore, and they sprinted out to the shooters. And we've talked about it on the show a lot. If you're going to stay out on the shooter, Ben's going to be one-on-one with a smaller player. He's going to back that guy down, and he's going to have a big night scoring. Those are the nights that he has the big night scoring. And guess what? Those are the nights that you guys get excited about. I'll take game one when they're hitting the three. Three's better than two. I'll take game one when you're generating 48 points. 48 is better than 40. I'm pretty sure he generated about 40 points last night. That's their recipe. They can beat you that way. They can beat you this way. Hey, are they the most talented? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. I think the matchup with the Bucks is very interesting because, as Keith Smith pointed out, they have Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is got the size that can give Ben Simmons problem. Ben's just not going to back Giannis down and take him to task. He's not going to be able to do that against Giannis Antetokounmpo. The question is, what happens with Joel Embiid? What happens there? Who defends Joel Embiid for the Bucks? And then conversely, the Nets don't really have that player that can get. Now, you could put Kevin Durant maybe on Ben Simmons. And Kevin Durant is a decent defender. He's not awful. He's not league all defensive team, but he's not bad. Durant can play defense. All right, we're just getting started for the next hour here. And when we come back, Mark Jackson will join me at 5:25. Phillies win today to even that series up at 2-2 against the Marlins. It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Just search 973 ESPN. All right, our final hour of the show is coming up next. Got some more text messages coming in on the Sixers win last night. Did that Sixer win do anything for you last night? Andrew, I see your text message. We'll kick off with that one. Get your text message in. Line them up, 609-403-0973. All right, final hour of the show on a Thursday. It's the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. We have live video of the show you can watch over at 97.3ESPN.com through Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. Andrew hits us up on the text board. Says, Mike, it's about time. If Simmons sets the tone with aggressive ball, he will be much more productive. And what people don't get is he is a true point guard. He is a assist machine who gets more boards than any of the point guards in the game. And he defends. They have plenty of scores. Andrew. I'm not sure if that's a pro Simmons game last night or what. Like we asked you earlier, what Simmons game would you run more of, game 1 or game 2? I think most people would say game 2. I don't know that that's exactly the best recipe for winning for them. Game 1, he generated 48 points. In game 2, he generated 40 points. He just happened to score more points. So that's interesting, Andrew, and that whole take there. 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board, 609-403-0973. Mark Jackson will join me at 5:25. We got a lot of stuff that we want to get to is here as well. Javier is watching on Facebook, and he says, hey, Gil, I understand how people get frustrated, but I see Simmons as a Rodman in the 90s where not ball hogging, always passing the ball, getting that rebound, getting the assist. I love what Ben Simmons does. I've made the comparison to Rodman before where he's a great player. He just not, Dennis Rodman was a great player. You can't argue that. Bruce Bowen, for the most part, he was a great player. You just happen to be a great defensive player. But most people out there don't like their greatness without scoring. That's a big problem. Chris is watching the show on Facebook. He says, Ben can come into any game and say, okay, tonight I have to score, or tonight I have to be the facilitator. Not many can do that. Yeah, that to me is why I say he is a exceptional talent and an exceptional player, is that he is comfortable in his skin as, hey, I don't need to score to win this game. I can beat you in multiple ways. Said some nights he could be the silent assassin, and other nights he can throw the grenade right in your face and pull the pin right in front of you. The problem is, Chris, that most fans only understand scoring. It's a fantasy world we live in, like fantasy sports world that we live in, and most fans only understand scoring. Dominic Danucci says, Gil, who cares about Simmons shooting mid-ranges and threes? Not a peep about how poor of a free throw shooter he is. There's a lot of peeps about how poor of a free throw shooter he is. If there's one thing that we can talk about from game 1, he was 0 from 6 from the free throw line. That's unacceptable. Now, in game 2, he didn't get to the free throw line. I almost find that to be unacceptable. In game 1, I would say at least he got to the line 6 times. No, he didn't make any. Think about that. He got to the line 6 times, didn't make any. In game 2, he didn't even get to the line. That's unacceptable. What's more unacceptable, 0 for 6 or not getting there at all? I'm almost more ticked off that he didn't get there. Right? That drives me more insane. How does he not get to the line? Although, look, they kind of got out of his way because they didn't have the size to defend him. There's just so much there, man. There's so much there. It is like one of the more, we talk about polarizing athletes. He's one of them. And he says, I don't need to prove anything to anybody. I'm just here to win, man. That's the best answer he can give. They are going to win this series. All right? They're going to win this series. And it's probably not going to be all that difficult. And they just do not. Washington has 2 players that score more than he does in terms of they're stars. Ben Simmons does not score as much as Russell Westbrook does. Ben Simmons does not score as much as Bradley Beal does by any stretch of the imagination. And that team stinks. But you know why? Because they don't have a guy that controls the tempo of the game. It comes down to controlling the tempo of the game and generating points. They can't what's it called? The Wizards want to score 125, 130, 140. So they want to score a lot of points. They can't because the Sixers are controlling the tempo of the game. Why are they controlling the tempo of the game? Tony checks in. Now, this is a fair point. He says, hey, Mike, big fan, but you talk about how many points he accounted for, but he played 9 less minutes last night. If he scores 22 and they win by 25, that is a better recipe. If that is a fair point that he played less minutes, so he probably would have generated more points. But, Tony, this is where I disagree with you. He generated 48 points in game 1. In game 2, he generated 40 points. So let's say he scores 30, right? And he hands out, 2 more assists in 9 minutes? So he scores, I'm giving you 8 more points and 2 more assists. That's 14. So you're right about, he generates a little bit more. He generates, 50 as opposed to 48. My point is, Tony, your point is fair that he played 9 less minutes. That's why he generated less points. In those 9 minutes, I'm giving him 8 points in 9. That means he's scoring almost a point a minute. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'll give you that. Why don't we cut it down in the middle and go 6 and 2? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he played 9 less minutes. The point is, people think because he scored more points that it meant that much more. He didn't really generate any more points. He just happened to be the person that scored them. So it's not really a better recipe. It just makes you feel better. That's the way it works. You feel better because he scores more. Why? Because fans want to see guys score. Right? Tony Gwynn hits 370, but we'd rather have the guy that hit 265 with 35 home runs. Just more, we like home runs. Tony Gwynn's a better hitter, but the guy who hits home runs makes us feel better. Right? Wally Joyner hits 330, but we'll take Pedro Guerrero with 29 home runs hitting 250. Joyner's a better hitter, but I'm bringing names back from 1985. My God. He just looked more aggressive, and it makes him more of a threat. That's not accurate, though. Just because he looked more aggressive doesn't make him more of a threat. Doc Rivers explained it last night, and the point that he made in the explanation is right on the money. It's not, he takes what they give him. He was more aggressive last night because of the way they defended Joel Embiid. This is what Doc Rivers said.
Yeah, they were given the space, and that's one of the things. Like when they don't give space, that means Ben's going to drive and kick off. He'll create points by passing. When they do give space, then Ben drives to score. And tonight they kind of changed what they were doing on Joel, which gave Ben more room. They were also spraying back out to our shooters, which gave Ben more room. And he was great. He took advantage of it.
Right. So as Tony mentions here, see, he looked more aggressive, and it makes him more of a threat. He only looked more aggressive because that's what Washington gave him. The night before, he didn't look aggressive because Washington didn't give him that. So you have to understand, the way they play defense dictates he could be aggressive all the time, but he's not going to get good shots. He's going to run into walls. He's going to run into defenders. The night before, in game 1, the way they defended him, the better play was to kick it out and let those guys get the open looks. Because as I've told you on this show a lot, the wing players, if they drift off of Seth Curry and Danny Green, they're going to get wide open threes. The problem in the playoffs a lot is when you have a one-dimensional player, a guy who just shoots a lot of threes, right? When you have that guy who just shoots a lot of threes and you're a very one-dimensional player, teams lock up on you so that guy can't catch the ball like he did in the regular season. In the regular season, the defender might drift off of him a step or two, and then he catches it, and then he has 2 steps before the defender gets there, and he's going to knock down threes. In the playoffs, that changes. That defender is way up, right up in your face. He's not letting Kyle Korver, Joe Harris, J.J. Redick, these one-dimensional catch-and-shoot guys. They don't get the same looks in the playoffs that they get. The problem with the Sixers right now is that player is typically the player that would drift off of the three-point shooter because the Sixers didn't have a three-point shooter. So they would use that player to kind of sag off and then say, okay, Ben, pass it out to that guy. Well, that guy couldn't make a three. Adam Gaskell says Ben makes his team better. Isn't that enough? You hit the head right on the nail that time there, buddy. It's not enough, you know why, for people? Because he was the number 1 pick in the draft. That's what it comes down to. If he was number 4 or number 7, or if they didn't lose 18, whatever they were, 18 and 60 to get him, it's the path that they took to get him and the spot that they drafted him in that causes the frustration. If he was just the 10th pick in the draft and this is who he was, people wouldn't have any complaints. Oh, they probably would. Look, I get it. You have a player in the league that doesn't shoot. I get that part of it. But he has overcome that. Somebody told me last night, was tweeting at me, and he was very he wasn't being a jerk on Twitter, which is odd, but he was trying to bring up a point, and in the end, he ended up kind of agreeing with me a little bit. And he says, Mike, I hear you talking about Simmons, but he's not on par with Luka Doncic until he starts taking over games on a consistent basis. He takes over the game every night. He controls the tempo of the game every single night of the week. And then he said, you compared stats and made adjustments to Doncic's stats, implying that Ben is as special as talent evaluators agree that Doncic already is. I love your show. Every man in the NBA is a special athlete, but Ben hasn't proven to be special or great among his peers. He's been a 3-time All-Star. His peers disagree with everybody out there. His peers are the ones that keep saying, I don't understand. What did Candace Buckner say on our show yesterday? What did she say on our show yesterday? She essentially was like, who wouldn't want him? And she's absolutely right. She said, everybody would want that player, right? You would be, you would think. 609-403-0973. 3 hours later, you're still on Ben Simmons. My God, bye. Hey, see you later, pal. If you didn't notice, the Sixers won a game last night. He had a big game, and seems to be the story. I'll see you another day. Wally Joyner reference. Wow. Yeah, Wally Joyner was like a 330 hitter. Wally Joyner, Mark Grace, those players, Tony Gwynn, they don't get a chance to play in today's game. It's kind of weird. Tony says, fair point. I see what you're saying. Kirby Puckett was my guy back in the 90s. Kirby Puckett was on this day, this week, I should say. I think that either Kirby Puckett got his number retired or sadly passed. I think it was this week when I was putting together my Do You Remembers. Kirby Puckett was on that list. Kyle Dubray, his job is to make his team better. He has done that. Kyle, you don't have to convince me. Now, he's got to do it against the Bucks. He's got to do it against the Nets. He's going to have to do it against the Hawks. And I think these teams might defend him differently. Who knows? Right? they might defend him differently than the Wizards don't have the personnel. That's another problem. The Wizards don't have the personnel to defend him. The one thing is, if you look around the league, which teams have players that can defend the Sixers because of their size? Well, you got the Bucks because of Giannis. I don't know about the Nets. The Nets are interesting. They're not a great defensive team. And I think ultimately that you will see teams defend them differently almost every single night. And that's where you get into a situation where it helps to have a player that's not one-dimensional. Because if they change the way they defend you, you don't have a player that excels against one defense or another. Right? That's the difference. Right? That's the difference. Is that teams can change their defensive style up, but it doesn't make you have to comply to them or conform to them. You know, if you get a team like Boston a couple of years ago, they would just play that defense, where they just put that wall up, and the Sixers couldn't do anything about it because they didn't have the personnel. Right? They didn't have the personnel to do it. Now, if the team changes their defensive style up, their defensive mindset up against you, then you have other ways. The rosters in the past could not. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Westbrook. If Westbrook ends up playing on Saturday, we have no idea. He left the game last night and did not return. Now, he did not return because that game was kind of out of hand. Also, Seth Curry got hurt last night. That could be look, if Curry doesn't end up playing, this changes the whole conversation, because then the Sixers go from 2 shooters on the floor to only pretty much 1 shooter on the floor. And then I think teams can defend the Sixers a little differently. Right? They can defend the Sixers differently if Curry is not out there. And I know a lot of people have been asking for more minutes for, George Hill would probably step into that spot. People have been asking for more minutes from Maxey. I think he still comes off the bench. George Hill steps into the Curry spot. And luckily, George Hill, people forget, led the league in 3-point percentage last year. Uzi Wolf is watching the show on YouTube, says, love the show, Mike. You're right on the money about Ben. Look, it's not about being on the money or not being on the money, and people act like, I'm just saying, this is a very polarizing topic. Ben Simmons and this Sixers team, they're the number 1 seed. They went through a process to get these players. This story is a massive story right now with what they did to get to this spot and be the number 1 seed. And now you have a guy who is essentially controlling the entire game, has led you to 2 victories. If you were to say, last night, who was the main player in that game? You would say Ben Simmons. He scored 22 points, blah, 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 blah. He was better in game 1, but he wasn't the main guy because he didn't score the most. But I would say he was better in game 1 than he was in game 2. Mark Jackson might disagree with me. I don't know. We're about to find out when he joins us coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Sponsored by JCPenney. Celebrate Memorial Day with doorbuster deals at JCPenney on all the summer essentials. Shop now through Monday only at JCPenney. Which version's better? The one we got last night or the one we got on Monday night? Sports Bash will ask Mark Jackson when he joins me next right here on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, live video at 97.3ESPN.com through Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can watch the show live. We're back with Mark Jackson next. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan open Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Online, mattblattnissan.com. I'm Mike Gill, Marc Jackson, NBC Sports Philadelphia. Pre- and post-game live. You'll see him Saturday and Monday for the Sixers and Wizards, Game 3 and 4. And he joins me now to take a look back at the first two games of this series and see if the Wizards can make any adjustments. Marc, we know the NBA is about adjustments come playoff time. Do you see an adjustment that the Wizards can make, though, in this series? It looks like defensively they've got a lot of matchup problems.
Unfortunately for the Wizards, without Russell Westbrook being 100% healthy, no matter what kind of adjustment they make, they might not have the personnel and the horses to run with the Sixers. And I think over a period of an entire game, they will slow down no matter how well Bradley Beal plays.
Now, in terms of adjustments from them, like last night from Game 1 to Game 2, it sounded like Doc Rivers said, look, they defended us differently, and that's why we saw a different Ben Simmons. Of course, that's been all the talk today. Well, he was more aggressive. This is the guy we need. You know, in Game 1, he generated 48 points, but he barely scored. Last night, he only generated 40 points, but he scored a lot more. So is there a better version of Ben, or does it not matter, or is the fact that the Wizards defended him differently? Like, this is obviously such a polarizing discussion.
Well, here's the thing. I know Doc going to say they defended him differently. No. Ben was super aggressive last night. And why was he super aggressive? Because he understands he didn't have a productive night offensively. Did he do a lot of other things? Yes, absolutely. But in the long scheme of things, Ben needs to be offensively aggressive from beginning to end. And that's important for this team to maintain success.
Which is interesting because, as we mentioned, he has the 15 assists. Curry and Green scored 26 points. Harris scores 37. I'm always in the mindset, Marc, I don't care who scores or where they get the points from, if you win the game. If they don't win the game, that's where, like, if Green and Curry aren't shooting well, I agree that Ben needs to be more aggressive if they're not. But they hit 6 threes in Game 1, so it's almost like if you guys are going to shoot threes, I'll let you keep shooting. Is that not a recipe?
So here's the thing. I think you need Ben, Tobias, and Joel to be offensively aggressive. Now, they don't have to shoot a good percentage, but they have to constantly maintain the same momentum, head down, get buckets. And then everything else will just fall into play. Curry, Danny Green, Shake, Furkan, they're going to make shots off and on. It's going to be rare that all those guys hitting their shots from beginning to end all at the same time. If that was the case, they'd be the Golden State Warriors of old. So that's not the case. But with that being said, the three consistent things has to be Ben, Joel, and Tobias got to be offensively aggressive. And that helps everything else and everyone else fall into place.
I know there was a big collective holding of the breath when Tobias Harris went out. But, Marc, I want to ask you, so many people said, look, in the regular season, I need to see him in the playoffs. I got to see him do what he was. Because the regular season, I think people said, man, that was a different Tobias Harris. Have you seen enough from Tobias Harris to think in big moments and in playoff games that we're going to consistently get this guy?
I do. I believe that he understands it's the playoffs. He's stepping up. And he also is, once again, still using the fuel of not being named an all-star. So I look at it like this. Any means necessary. Anything you need to motivate you to step up to the plate and come through when it's time to win a championship, the better. And I think he has a lot to motivate him.
What is it, is it that Doc Rivers uses? You mentioned the motivation factor, but is there anything like the way that Doc Rivers uses him that has kind of brought more out of him?
Well, one thing, now I'm not saying, and I make sure I always preface this statement by saying this. I'm not saying Doc Rivers is better than Brett Brown. I'm just saying it's different. Now, one thing that is entirely different is less play. There's less different schemes. A lot of it, hey, man, just go get a bucket. Get that ball over there, just go do what you do. And I think that little freedom to be able to break a play, to go try to attempt to be offensively aggressive, I think helps Tobias. I think he's more of a flow type of guy. In the heat of the moment, when the game's up and down, just go flow, man. Just go out there and play and just have fun and do what you do. It's not, okay, let's stop. Let's run this play. Let's do this. Let's get this action. Sometimes the game is made to be simple. And I think that's one thing that Doc Rivers is doing.
Yeah.
He's keeping the game simple.
Yeah, and I've definitely. I mean, I guess one thing that I see, and I didn't play it at the level. I didn't play at any level compared to what you did, Mark. Obviously, but the decisiveness. I see a guy who decisively knows what he wants to do when the ball comes his way. Where before, he would get that ball and then he's dribbling, crisscrossing his legs. He's like, I don't know what I want to do. Now he has a decisive motion immediately when he gets that ball.
Downhill, go at your guy, put him on his heels. That's what he's been doing all season. And it seemed like after he didn't get the All-Star nod, he's been doing it even more and being more effective at it.
Yeah, and the catch and shoot, too. He's much better on the catch and shoot.
Absolutely.
Mark Jackson.
Absolutely. Keeping it simple.
Mark Jackson's with us. As we know in this series, they have no answer for Joel Embiid. But does any matchup in these Eastern Conference playoffs have an answer for Joel Embiid?
Listen, here's the thing. Joel Embiid is the biggest, baddest dude on the planet. That's just a fact. You bring a guy his size in, an Alex Len or Robin Lopez or Brett Lopez, whoever Lopez or whatever you want to bring. They may be his size, but they don't have his footwork. They don't have his agility, They don't have those things. So then you come smaller. You bring some of these stretch forwards in. You know what? Let's try to bring Joel away from the basket. Then he just totally punishes them and dominates them. There's no answers. Respectfully, Washington Wizards have no answer. Respectfully, the Knicks or the Hawks don't have an answer. Respectfully, the Bucks or the Heat or the Nets do not have an answer for Joel Embiid.
When you watch him, it's hard to compare him to anybody. Like I said, there's never been another player like this. Would you agree that there's not another player that's comparable? He's like 5 players wrapped into one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Joel Embiid is a special talent. I know we see him as just this big guy with this great footwork, shooting ability, but we just say those things like everyone has those skills and those capabilities. They don't. They don't. Not everyone has that package that he does. And when you open that package, if it's Christmas, you see that every day. You are the happiest child in the face of the earth on Christmas Day because his package is the present. It's like a prize and a gift every time he steps on the floor.
Yeah, Brett Brown once said he mentioned that he was the key to the whole universe. This was before he even played. This was back when he was just practicing before he ever stepped onto the floor. It's crazy to see it all kind of come true. And you watch this guy, how much he's matured, because he was a good player. He was a great player at 24, but at 27, he's taking it to another level. And then when you see the areas of passing the ball out of the double teams, but some of the footwork, Mark, have you seen a big guy with the footwork that he has?
No, not since Hakeem Olajuwon. I mean, this guy's footwork is unmatched. If he was a boxer, he'd probably be Floyd Mayweather. I mean, his ability to move his feet, to make adjustments, to do certain things is just credit to him and his development.
Yeah.
Because you go back and sometimes people like to post those clips of him when he first came over and was playing in high school. You look at that player and you look at this guy now, that's called development. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is a guy who's developed himself from scratch and now has made himself the best low post scorer in the NBA.
All right, Mark, how should or could the Sixers use Matisse Thybulle? How do they implement him? Is 20 minutes enough for what he's bringing them?
I think 20 minutes is the perfect amount for him now because they have so much talent that they have to make room for everybody because everyone could do certain things. And 20 minutes is good. He's very productive in that. And when we play, hopefully we get to that point we play against the Nets. If that's the case, he'll be playing a little bit more. I guarantee that.
Yeah, if they can get him to hit those open jumpers, man, he's going to be a scary guy playing 28, 30 minutes in the future here. What about the whole, how do you use Maxey? Do you give him more or is 14 enough? How do you kind of play that?
So let's talk about Maxey. Maxey, to me, has like, I know he has these coaches in the locker room or in the meeting rooms arguing about should he play more, should he play less. They have to be arguing about this guy because every time they put him on the floor, he's productive. Every time they put him on the floor, he produces. Every time they put him on the floor, it makes everyone not in that locker room like, yo, why this guy's not playing? So I'm quite sure them coaches be having some heated debates about Max. My only thing is, I believe maybe the reason why he's not playing consistent minutes is because of his age. And they say, you know what? Sooner or later, a young bonehead mistake from a young kid, like we all was, is going to make a mistake at the wrong time. And they're just trying to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, that's the one thing. You know, I like. It's almost like Doc says, I just don't know if I can put my full trust in him yet. I like him, but I don't know if I can trust him with a full role. So let me just put the breadcrumbs out there and see how far he goes with it, because he certainly provides a spark. I mean, do you think that he has supplanted Milton as that kind of energy guy off the bench?
Now, see, that's my thing. Shake has been consistent off the bench, giving us scoring. And I've seen one play where Shea came off a pick and he was wide open for the mid-range. He normally would have shot it, and he second-guessed it and did not shoot it. One thing we cannot do is vary too much from success. Shea coming off the bench have been labeled as, we need you to get bucket. He needs to consistently be told that, Shea, that's what you do, don't change from it. Because he's been doing it against everyone. Even when he schemed, he's been doing it against everyone in every kind of defense. I think we still need Shake to give us points off the bench because he did it the entire year.
Yeah.
Even when he went out with the ankle injury, he came back and was still consistent at it.
Well, you know what, Mark? You know, there's some games, that Clipper game, of course, comes to mind, but there was a couple other ones this year where he has that look and he just shoots it and he knows it's going in. And I guess as a guy who played in the league, do you ever have that night where you're just like, I know tonight I'm having my night, and the other night you're like, man, how come I can't have a night like I did the other night?
You know what? Consistency makes you know what's going to happen. When you constantly put the work in off the court, then when you're on the court, you get the same role you've had. You know what you're going to do. There's no, is this going to happen? No, you know what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So once that happens, you're fine. You know what's going to happen. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't like them fluctuating his minutes. He showed what he can do the entire 72 games. Why would we change it now? I think those minutes from him is important because he produces offensively.
Marc Jackson, I do want to get your take then on what George Hill has brought to this team and what he brings for this team moving forward here, because they made that trade, and I don't know that we got a chance to see a lot in the regular season how they intended to use him, because when they got him, you know, he was hurt, and then when he was ready to play, Ben was out, and then, you know, Curry was out. So how does George Hill kind of bring this all together?
George Hill is a veteran. He's been there, done that. He's a person that can hit an open shot. He could defend. He could distribute. So that gives you another person you don't have to worry about having a flaw. And the most important with that is he's a veteran player. You don't have to worry about having many flaws. And you're going to play that guy when crunch time comes. You know what you have in him because he showed that since he first stepped foot in the league.
If Curry doesn't play, is there any concern?
There's always concern when a shooter doesn't play.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm hoping Curry just have a little ankle roll and he'll be fine. I won't be surprised they're sitting because the team is kind of rolling and Westbrook is kind of banged up. I wouldn't be surprised they sitting just to kind of save him, to make sure they save him from himself. But I wouldn't be concerned, no.
Yeah, and if he doesn't go, what do you use Hill there? Or you go with Milton, or do you go with Maxey?
I think everybody play the same minutes. I think people would get increased minutes, but I think Maxey would get some more minutes as well.
All right, Marc Jackson, the Sixers, Saturday night, 7 o'clock, and then Memorial Day Monday, 7 o'clock, NBC Sports. You can watch him pregame live, postgame live with the coach, and, of course, Amy Fadul on NBC Sports Philadelphia, and he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Marc Jackson, have a great weekend, bud.
Thanks, guys. You too. I'm always here for you.
At Jacko2544 on Twitter. He says, Joel Embiid is the biggest, baddest dude on the planet. They have no answer. He meant the Wizards. The Knicks, Hawks don't. The Bucks, Nets don't have an answer. Respectfully, of course. Mark's breakdown, he wants the more aggressive Ben Simmons. And I don't, look, I'm not debating whether one's better than the other. I just say they're different. They both have something to bring to this team. And I think if we as a fan base can kind of get on board with that, instead of this polarizing discussion night after night, it will be a lot more advantageous to success. Rodney says Mark is right. Pissed off Simmons is a thing. If it's Nets versus Sixers in the conference finals, we need a social media campaign to get Nets fans making their missing Ben Simmons posters again. Yeah, you remember that game in the playoffs a couple of years ago, Rodney, where Ben had that monster game against the Nets. Now, that wasn't a very good Nets team, right? That wasn't a very good Nets team. Jeff Bone and Pookie, this show gets better and better. Well, thank you, Jeff. We do our best. We try our best. I know some people, particularly, there are people out there that don't enjoy it. That's a shame. We like the people that do. And even the people who don't, who hang with us, we like them too. We always appreciate them. It's like, I don't like you. Well, you've been listening for a while. That's kind of odd. But we appreciate you. More messages coming in. A lot of messages coming in. People are like, you're doing this, you're doing that. We got a lot of messages coming in. People are really digging the conversation. Believe me, I always say this. You guys dictate the conversation. When we're talking about something and people are reacting, you dictate it. When people don't react, that means it's time to move on. Talk about something else. Shake's been sluggish to get back on defense in these 2 playoff games. He looks for fouls, doesn't get them. Then he doesn't run the floor fast enough. He just needs to be coached up for more effort. I think Shake looked lost last night. He had a nice take to the basket, a layup, and the ball kind of rolled out. And it was like, he felt like, my God, what do I got to do to get a bucket? He had that feeling of like, everything I'm doing is wrong. And you can't have that mindset. As Mark said, when you have the confidence, when you work on something, you just know it. And I feel like Shake right now is not in that mindset. 609-403-0973. As I say, you guys control the conversation. If you want to talk about something different, let me know. Hit me up on the text board. Hit me up on the stream. It seems that a lot of people have been talking Sixers and Ben Simmons today, which is understandable. They played last night. I just saw this stat, which was a little odd. Maybe it's not odd, but it was the TV ratings from last night. Josh, you want to guess where these things ranked in the TV ratings here from last night? The games that were on nationally: Grizzlies Jazz on TNT, Knicks Hawks on TNT, Lightning Panthers on CNBC, Wild Golden Nuggets on NBC Sportsnet, Penguins Islanders NBC Sportsnet, Knicks Hawks on TNT, Sixers Wizards on NBA TV. So this is interesting because you're thinking to yourself, okay, which one of those games you think had the most? Because I would have guessed I would have got wrong.
I mean, my guess would have been the Knicks-Hawks game.
Right? Knicks-Hawks game. That was second. That's odd, don't you think?
So second to another one you named.
Yeah, these are all the games. What do you mean second to another one I named? These are the ones on the list. It's not like The Bachelorette's on. These sports events were the live games.
Well, I wouldn't know if The Bachelorette was on.
That's what I'm saying. These were the sports games shown nationally last night. You had 2 TNTs, 2 NBC Sportsnets, an NBA TV, and a CNBC.
I mean,
the Knicks game
is second.
Was second. I can't believe that.
What was first?
The Grizzlies and Jazz game. How's that possible?
So were there just a lot of people up late? Like this is like a lot of.
The only thing I can think of is that the games are on in the local markets, and just so many Knicks fans decided to watch the game on
like the local network.
Correct.
I mean, that's very possible. I know for the Sixers.
That's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, I watched.
But you got New Yorkers all over the country.
I mean, I watched the Sixers game on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Right. Well, the Knicks. This is what crazy. The Wizards Sixers game last night had 341,000 on NBA TV. It was the second lowest of that whole group. It got outwatched by the Penguins, Islanders, and the Wild Golden Knights.
I didn't turn on NBA TV
me neither.
At all last night.
No, me neither. But first off, the Islanders fans were watching that game with the Knicks on.
Well, that's a little different because Islander fans, that's Long Island. They act
Yeah,
like
they're Knicks fans though.
Yeah, but they're a weird group of people.
They are, but there's no other basketball. It's not like they have another basketball team. I mean, I guess they could have, but they didn't have a basketball team before the Brooklyn Nets got there. They're probably Knicks fans.
If they were basketball fans. Right. Yeah, there's a contingent we really talk about who are the hockey fans, they're not fans of other teams.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, when we come back, we're going to try the sound of the day. Mark Jackson, thanks to him. All right, here we go. Sound of the day. Our guests were great. Sal Pal, Antonio, Adam Caplan, Marc Jackson all appeared today. Now, Marc Jackson just joined us. If you missed him, he said this about Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid is the biggest, baddest dude on the planet. That's just a fact. You bring a guy his size in, an Alex Len or Robin Lopez or Brett Lopez, whoever Lopez or whatever you want to bring. They may be his size, but they don't have his footwork. They don't have his agility. They don't have those things. So then you come smaller. You bring some of these stretch forwards that, you know what, let's try to bring Joel away from the basket. Then he just totally punishes them and dominates them. There's no answers. Respectfully, Washington Wizards have no answer. Respectfully, the Knicks or the Hawks don't have an answer. Respectfully, the Bucks or the Heat or the Nets do not have an answer for Joel Embiid.
Sounds like there's no answer for Joel Embiid.
Right. So the only way to beat the Sixers is to take out everybody else. It's the old idea when it was Shaq. When Shaq first got to the Lakers, the idea is if you shut down everyone else, you can stop the Lakers. And until they got Phil Jackson, who diversified the offense more, there was no way to stop. There was a single way to stop the Lakers. And for the Sixers right now, until a team shows you that they can stop everyone else and still let Embiid go get his, I don't see a team yet beating the Sixers. The only thing I got close to was game one when Embiid got in foul trouble.
I'm looking down the line and trying to think, look, this doesn't mean they're beating the Nets or the Bucks or the Hawks for that matter, or the Wizards. I mean, but I don't know who defends him from any of those teams, as Marc just said. Respectfully, they don't have a guy that can really go one-on-one with him. So you're going to have to double him, which means the Sixers now have guys that can knock down those shots. That's a big difference.
Right. And you mentioned earlier in the show, Mike, about Joel Embiid's maturity has led him to elevate his game as well.
Sal Pal, Antonio, how can the Eagles win more games this year?
How do they get to 7 or 8 wins? Hard to do. Super hard to do with a second-year quarterback and a very young, inexperienced coaching staff and an offensive line that's got major injury issues. But if the quarterback is a grade and a half better, and you're looking at a defense that's not giving up the big plays like Jim Schwartz did, you'll be in some football games that you can steal, Mike. And that's what I think you got to look for with this team this year.
He said he gave Carson Wentz a D-. If Jalen Hurts can be a C+, they should be able to win 7 or 8 games, he says. That's just him being a C+. How many wins can they get if he plays like a B? I'd like to know.
Listen, I've been saying for a while now, Mike, I think this is an 8-win, 9-win team. If everyone's healthy and plays up to what they're capable of. Now, obviously, the healthy part has been an issue. You brought that up earlier in the show as well, that this team has not been healthy. But to me, if they're healthy, that makes a huge difference.
Sal Pal, what does the success come down to this season?
The bottom line to me is, for this football team is, can they stay healthy on the offensive line? 1, 2, can they play defense where they're not giving up the big points? And 3, can they get, instead of D-, which is a grade I would give Carson Wentz, and I would be grading him on a curve to give him a D- last year, if they can get C+ quarterback play, they can go from D- to C+, they'll be in more games than they were in last year.
There you go. Health. We just talked about it. Health, offensive line, better quarterback play. The offseason, the OTAs, they continue. We're back tomorrow. Mike McGarry. I saw his must-win column today. It has to do with Ben Simmons. We'll talk about it tomorrow. With Mike, Happy Hour Friday with the PT. Bob Wankel will talk some Phils. They won today. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Game night, Paul Hudrick at 6:20. Up next.